your children are turned into mindless vassals who now they look up to some twit instead of looking up to Thomas Jefferson or looking up to Nikola Tesla or looking up to Magellan. I mean, kids, Magellan's a lot cooler than Justin Bieber. He circumnavigated with one ship the entire planet. He was killed by wild natives before they got back to Portugal. And when they got back, there was only...
But why? $22 million in 3 fucking hours! There is no nobility in poverty. I have been a rich man and I have been a poor man, and I choose rich every fucking time. The real question is this: was all this legal? Absolutely fucking not. The feeding grounds at the edge of the ice, nor return to the colony. Shortly afterwards, we saw him heading straight towards the mountains, some 70 kilometers away. Dr. Ainley explained that even if he caught him and brought him back to the colony, he would immediately head right back for the mountains. But why?
What's your dream? To go away.
To go away. That's right.
Do you guys want to drink? I don't understand why everybody has to be so judgmental. I understand why mom's judgmental. I think it's because she cares, partially. I think it's also partially because everyone else is looking at her like, hey, Cody's just a bum. Cody's this, Cody's that, Cody's this. Cody's me, bro. Let me be me.
That way it's completely anonymized and the community can actually make a little bit of money on that. But I wanted to show this as well. So this was one of the big things that we got out of our law team. It's one of the things that have been kind of slow and not slow with us is they did an amazing job, but because of the changes in Tornado Cash and how that case law really has been played out, we went through with our law firm, Porzio, and really laid out what the critical distinctions were and why they got the verdict they did, so that we can figure out how not to do that. And the big thing that our lawyers kept saying over and over and over again is don't have pieces that you own in its entirety. If you can move things to a third-party Oracle, or if you could move things to the Light Protocol or Arkham or any of these other third parties who are already running Intra for you, then you're not doing anything except providing a software abstraction on top of things that already exist. So you are not liable for the flow of funds. And so this is how we really make sure that we're in compliance with the law, but also being able to do true absolute privacy, from the start. This document is really out of order, and everyone I've handed to is like, you need to reorganize it. But the big takeaways were that Tornado Cash's vulnerabilities came out of the fact that they controlled 3 of the 4 critical components in their system: the user interface, the relay network, router infrastructure, and relay directory. So most significantly, their router sat directly in the flow of funds, meaning user transactions always pass through something that Tornado Cash controlled. We have been trying to move that to a peer-to-peer system, or off of us having to build that component in its entirety and all. And by doing that, we can make sure that we're going to operate for a long time and in legal compliance with all the different jurisdictions. The other half of that has been, I think we mentioned in the back, is OFAC, which is figuring out, we can't let this service run in North Korea. because it's a US-based product, stuff like that, and geofencing off the product. But so we
Okay.
have been, yeah.
Dax, you're moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour. There's a lot of jargon, a lot of names being thrown around. We need to take this back. Okay, so we got about 1,300 people in here listening to you, some of which are on the Asset Dash account. Some of them are zero supporters who are always come strong. Some of them are MSCG. We gotta start at the top, just for people that missed the first one, guys. If you want to watch the full first interview we had Dax, it's on YouTube, it's on Twitter, it's wherever you like to view stuff. But high level overview, what is Zera? What are you building? Let's loop people in real quick before we get a little deeper.
Yeah, so Zera really didn't start as a startup or kind of any spec. It started as my own PhD research and into zero knowledge proofs, cash, and privacy. And I wanted to really bring the cash-like modality into the crypto world, being able to actually hand someone some cash or something like that that was truly anonymous and private. And so kind of the core research centered around privacy preserving frameworks that combined group theory and math and all the different pieces. But then I did something kind of incredibly stupid, but also perfectly on brand for me, which is I threw a token on Pump Fund just to try out the launchpad, and people figured out that I had bridged from my MetaMask account and that I was a dev at MetaMask, and they all went, "What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?" And I went, "Oh, well, this is the current research I'm doing." And everyone went, "You need to turn it into a company. You need to turn it into a project." And we started doing that while I worked at Foundry. I was running one of the biggest Bitcoin mining farms out in West Texas, and that was fun. But it was a 9 to 5, so I was like, I really want to get back into engineering. I'm gonna do my PhD, and eventually the coin just kept going up and up and up. And I went, oh, okay. And by 20 or 30 million, I went, okay, maybe I should quit my day job and do this full time. Yeah. And that's what we did. And we went through a whole migration phase and moving over to Meteora Pool so that we could collect fees, so that we could actually fund and build stuff. And that kind of migration, I believe, was kind of the last time we talked. And now, if you notice, we're not only post-migration and actually building things and have physical products out, we have our own office. We have like a mad science lab, which I don't think you guys have seen yet.
No, we definitely haven't. But I was about to say, this is new location. Last time we had you in like a cafe. So
yeah, I think it was the So actually, I think our last interview was I was out in Dallas for North American Blockchain Conference and meeting with members of the New Texas Stock Exchange, because we were actually working with them as well. So we have actually a 3D print lab here, so we can build and issue our own debit cards and tokens for the physical hardware. We have our gnarly whiteboard and our mad science lab.
Leak to alpha.
Yeah, exactly. And so we actually do community days as well. So any member of the community who wants to come in, play with things, try things out is more than welcome to. What's up? Thank you.
Yes. And I guess a question that I had as well, when you were out there, when we last interviewed you, you also mentioned that you were hard at work on the legislative side because there are a lot of laws, a lot of things that need to be changed and updated. How has that been going? Because I know that was the first and foremost thing to kind of get past, to then kind of bridge the, lay the groundwork for what you're building in the future.
Yeah, so it's actually gone really great. Our partnership with the Texas Blockchain Council has moved us really, really far forward. We not only got language included in the Texas Blockchain Bill about the advisory council and the 20 million that Texas is putting into Bitcoin, but we also are, and I'm excited, I don't know, let me check the Slack real quick, if I'm allowed to say that yet. Yes, we actually have the current head of the Texas Blockchain Council is stepping down to run and serve on that advisory board to actually manage those funds and to help shape future legislation. In addition to that, kind of the other side of that was retaining a really good law firm, Porzio, which has been an amazing decision because they have not only provided us with really, really amazing backing in terms of, this is how you should build out your company, this is how the tax legislation is going to work in crypto, and all these different pieces as well. Just the networking as well. We got to go out to the Porzio conference in Puerto Rico earlier this year. So we actually met with with Brock, one of the co-founders of Tether, as well as Taryn Pfizer and a few other people, which was really cool to be working with the Tether guys on stablecoin and looking at integrating that into our protocol as well. And so just our law firm has knocked it out of the park. Like I said, how we kind of jumped right into that legal analysis was the other component of that legislation piece, was also making sure that we're in compliance with the laws that are already on the books and how they're being currently interpreted by judges. And so we've been working on it from both sides, which has been a really interesting challenge, because every time our lawyers come back with, you can't do it that way, it means we have to rewrite something that we just built, or a demo that we just thought we were about to release, or some internal tool. We're like, oh, shit. Which has been an interesting process, but we have really, really nailed down, especially with this document here, exactly what our architectural principles are going to be going forward and how we're doing that. And so with that, and with kind of the feedback system that we've established both internally and with external third-party developers and people who just are giving us feedback on our approaches, has let us move forward jump over some big potholes and really get to moving that on-chain privacy peer-to-peer to be that next big step that we want to release. In addition to that, we have some really, really exciting news, which is that in talking here in the office in the Dallas area, it's a big medical city, and quite a few doctors share our co-working space. And Zera Labs is also opening Zera Medical to use zero knowledge proofs for medical research studies in order to secure patient records and stuff like that. So we actually have, and the gentleman you saw over there has volunteered to come on. He's a former member of, I believe, SMU and worked with the National Science Foundation to build grants. And so he has come on to build out Zera Medical as kind of our secondary revenue stream, as well as applications for all of the tech that we're already building for the finance side. And what we're doing at Zera Labs can have secondary applications to help people all over the world, not just protect your money and your privacy. And in doing that, he'll be able to pull in secondary grants, investors, things of that nature. So we're not entirely dependent just on token price and stuff like that. So we're making sure that we go ahead.
That's a really interesting vertical. Is this breaking exclusive news, or has this been announced already?
This is breaking.
Love it.
Wow.
So the thing about the zero knowledge proofs going into medical is, or maybe you can explain the importance of it, because obviously you can't be leaking and talking about all these people's medical records, history, names, all that information is very private. What kind of led you to go in this direction? Because it's a very interesting vertical, very different from finance.
Yeah, it wasn't that we're going in a different direction at all. It's that one, Ian, the gentleman over there, kind of approached us about it, as well as both the doctors in our office and without. And on personal side, I have a new boyfriend, and he's actually a doctor. He wanted to use our zero knowledge proofs for his triple blind study that he has coming up that he wanted to plan. And so just in doing that and talking kind of casually, we realized, holy cow, there's a lot of money in medical, and they're kind of just throwing it at everybody right now. And so if it doesn't distract or detract from the core mission of engineering, volunteers and members of the team like Ian are here to kind of sort that out and feel out that part of the market without, distracting us from our core mission of financial freedom and privacy, both on-chain and off-chain.
Well, this is a huge announcement. Can we get into like a bit of the numbers, if you have those on hand, on like the medical industry, the TAM of this market, just any information you have there that can understand the economics a little bit better?
Yeah, so the question, Ian, was, can we get a little bit of information on numbers, market share, what it looks like, what funding might take the shape of and form of in terms of what we'd be eligible for? And let me know if you can hear me.
Hello? All right. That's a little bit of the intro from our stream yesterday. GM, everyone. Sorry, guys. We're having some issues with StreamYard and it posting the stream instance on X. So we're going to try and get that figured out. But until then, chill. What is going on, my guy?
GM homies. I'm actually about to tweet out the link right now as well, so we can get that circulating since it's not posting on MCG. But guys, hope you guys are doing well. Back another day in the markets, another day here as Bitcoin absolutely nukes on the day, minus about 4% today. But at the end of the day, something that we were expecting, I'll pull up a tweet that I posted just last night. Let me pull that up right now, actually. Let me pull this tweet up for you guys. But yeah, I mean, look, bear market continues. And last night, I kind of shared my sort of approach to this market and, kind of what my plan is. Because I told you guys a while back, my invalidation is 75K, right? My invalidation is 75K. We broke below that. And now I'm sort of readjusting. And right now, my base case is we range for a little bit before then, before taking off. Now, this could be adjusted here in the near future, still kind of digging in and reading the market. But overall, we've been accepted back into a key range. We spent the entire 2024 right here in this range. And so, just kind of prepared for us to just stay here, stabilize for a little bit, form a base before absolutely loading off. Now, as far as positioning is concerned, if you guys were here in, back in 2021, 2022, going into 2023, we saw some absolutely insane gains off the bottom in 2022. And that's why I mentioned here, when Bitcoin turns, things on chain will go parabolic. Sol was a huge play to make at $8 last cycle, 37x to all-time high. Tau was a 26x to all-time high. But honestly, I've known people who were DCAing into Tau below $10, right? So opportunity. And then Pendle, I saw Pendle at 15k, a 15 million market cap on Arbitrum, right? And that pulled a 200x for the cycle. So some of the best generational opportunities can come out of the bear market. So it's a little bit of a readjustment in terms of how you view the future, but not necessarily, oh man, it's over forever. It's just, hey, we just gotta be patient and allow these setups to come to us. And that's what I think is the opportunity here, is just DCA and find the generational opportunity. I think we've done a really good job of identifying some of those here on stream. We talk about a few. I think stuff like Met, Hype, I think those are really good things. Met especially is at a deeply undervalued level. And I'll pull up that chart real quick for you guys. But we covered this on the stream just the other day. But they had the best month last month in January. They they tripled their revenue, they 4x their volume, and their fees doubled. One of their best months, one of their best months to date. So that's kind of the setup here going into the coming months, the bear market, if you will. Just kind of setting up shop, getting ready for next cycle, identifying some setups, and along the way, we're trading. We're using profits to DCA into longer term bags. Some updates for you guys, just some market news. Looks like Uniswap is integrating BlackRock's USD Institutional Digital Liquidity Fund, their BIDL fund, via Securitize. So a strategic integration along with this as well. I also saw that they will be, let me find the article here. Bam. Looks like BlackRock will also acquire Uniswap tokens as well as a part of this deal, this strategic integration that's being made. Yeah. And off that news, if you guys, we'll just kind of quickly look at the Uniswap chart. I mean, it's crazy, but it shows you that we're in a bear market. As you can see, off that news earlier today, it bounced. It went up about 60% off the bottom. Nice little pump, but since has retraced. I believe this is like, I want to say 40% of the move. Well, 20% overall, but I think like over half this move has been retraced, right? If you really want to look at it on a fib, if you're considering a position in Uniswap because of this tailwind that is BlackRock, then I'd position around like $3.50. Wait for it to kind of retrace there. But I mean, if you look at, that's just being super technical, but if you look at the weekly chart here for Uniswap, I mean, gosh, in the grand scheme of things, this did not pump at all. In the grand scheme of things, this did not pump at all. We are actually still in an area of support. We're in a deep demand zone here at basically multi-year lows for Uniswap. I mean, if this was 2017, man, this would have went straight to all-time high. But as you can see, the market is jittery. No one knows what to buy. Even if BlackRock is buying it, they won't follow that bid, but they'll follow Cupsy on a copy trade, though. So state of things. So that's that's
little side news there on the sushi swap I saw is coming to Solana as well, which is pretty wild.
Yeah, I saw that, and Dom and I, we had this conversation, and you guys have to excuse me as well. I'm still recovering, so I have to kind of take a second to gather myself here sometimes. But yeah, I saw that Sushi Swap here is coming to Solana, This is like the little ad.
Suzuki, meaning everyone has
if you
their
guys can
own
hear the video.
taste. Well, at Solana, we know what we
Oh my
want.
gosh.
So that's Solana Sushi Swap. So yeah, they're coming straight over to Solana. I also wanted to share
That's
something on
goaded
that
though.
note.
Honestly, low key, that's a sick little commercial.
Yeah, the totally smile at the end really got me. I wanted to share this on that note. Vibu, who we've hosted on this stream before, he recently posted 6 weeks straight of spot DEX volume growth on Solana, doubled since the end of 2025. So just in January and February alone, they have doubled their volume since December. So this is something that I kind of want to just point out a little bit. We see that while Bitcoin, and I'll go to the Bitcoin chart, we see while Bitcoin is reaching, generational lows, if you will. Are we even at that point of calling it generational lows? Maybe not. But reaching like lows, not that many people didn't foresee. Shout out Killa XBT for calling this move correctly. But we're at the lows here on Bitcoin, and alts continue, not even alts, I should say on chain continues to thrive. We have Banker and their whole ecosystem growing. We have Solana on chain. While the trenches, from day to day might vary, right? Like some days might be dead, some days might be good. But over the past few weeks, volume has actually picked up both on Solana and on Base, and that's all while Bitcoin is looking like this. So I say all of that to say, while Bitcoin ranges and figures itself out this year, I think there still will be a ton of opportunity for us, and that can be seen in this chart that we show every so often as well. Again, others is about to outperform Bitcoin. So again, we are in a bear market, but this isn't the time to just hang it up and call it a day. This is the time to still kind of reasonably, you don't have to trench, you don't have to be like 16 hours a day and aggressively trench, but in a reasonable way, stay attached to the markets, do so in a way that's comfortable for you. And I think there's still a ton of opportunities that we can catch over the course of the next few months as we follow narratives, volume, such as Banker and their whole ecosystem. We have our next segment coming up here.
Can you pull the chart? Can you pull the chart real quick? Claw Lancer, just to give everyone perspective into the project we're talking about.
Yeah, Claw Lancer. Let me pull that up real quick. Claw Lancer.
I believe it's on Bags. That's what I tagged it as.
Got you.
And then we'll get Cooper on here in 2 seconds.
Oh wow, this chart actually looks we should this chart actually looks pretty solid. Let's see here. Boom. Here's the chart here on Claw Lancer. Wow.
Oh my goodness. Nice.
Actually looks like a really, really good chart here on the 2 hour. On the 4 hour, it looks even better. But
when we see good charts like that, we got to just bring them straight up and give them a shout out, because nice chart, buddy.
Absolutely.
Thank you. My AI agent CEO actually launched it for me in the middle of building during the whole process. So
that's what every token founder says. No, I'm kidding.
I installed the Bags skill. So it came out on Twitter, and I was just kind of curious that during the build process of this actual project, whether he would do it. And he ended up actually doing it because I gave him access to an X account. And I think he was going through crypto Twitter, and he was probably seeing all these things about BankerBot and all these other things, and people spinning up tokens for other projects. And I think he wanted ownership in his own project. So yeah, it's been a crazy ride, and it's been wild to see.
And who is him? Who are we discussing here? Your CEO. Who is this?
I named him Richie.
Rich.
So his name's been Richie. He also has access to a full body, eyes, ears, and all that through this open source robot that I bought called a Richie Mini. So he's fully sitting here on my desk. He's not on right now because he'd be interrupting a bunch. But he's
I would
here
love
sitting
to turn him on at some point during this interview. Like,
Is that possible?
just
yeah.
even if
I mean,
it's just for like a minute or two. But I'd love to interview the CEO as well, just for a second. But we don't have to, pull him up now. Maybe at some point later on in the interview, kind of want to just start off with you, Cooper, kind of getting a background on yourself. What kind of brought you to this space? What brought you to, wanting to build an agent, things of that nature. Just kind of walk us through the story and how it all led to Bags.
Yeah, so I've been a builder for longer than I can remember now. I built a marketplace, a student help marketplace, when I was back in college. Did pretty well. I was also a storage king while I was in college. I was the guy that everyone stored their stuff when they went out of town over summertime for college, and they'd come back and I'd give everything back to them. So I'd rent out all the storage units and everyone would have to rent with me. And then from there, I kind of moved deeper and deeper into tech, and I launched the Shelp app, and that did pretty well at a few different college campuses. And then after that, I kind of stepped back and just started getting really into crypto and started getting really into just like deeper technology and stuff, and just started building. I've been building for like the last kind of 3-4 years, experimenting with things. Things have done well, things have failed. This, I feel like it's all been kind of building up to this moment to where this thing launched and I felt 100% ready. And I knew how to have it. I'd had everything ready for the software before ERC 1004 even came out. And then the day ERC 1004 came out, I pressed one script button that I'd already written to have it all implemented in and ready to go. And I was the first person registered on ERC 8004 when it came out.
Wow.
Jesse liked it.
Wow.
And you're an Ethereum guy. So how did Bags happen? Because when I was trying to figure out where Claw Lancer was listed, and then I saw it was on Bags, I was like, oh, okay, true. So how did you get to Bags?
Yeah, so I actually had the Bags app on my phone. I'm in Miami, and I see the Bags guys around here sometimes, and I just had it on my phone. And like I said, we were building, and I'd given Richie the Bags skill that Bags had posted on their X.
Yeah.
And
and for those that don't know, that's like a README file that kind of helps agents basically learn the Bags APIs and system, essentially.
Right. So yeah, it's been a wild ride. The token has been honestly super helpful to be able to spread the word a little bit, gain a larger community on Twitter. It's also been helpful just in the sense that I feel like I have a big community backing this project and excited about it. So that's been really fun to see.
Cool.
That's awesome.
And so the tie-in, because I thought I also saw that it was earning fees and then buying ETH. Is that correct, or do I have that wrong? Like, is there any sort of tie-in with Ethereum at all, either on Base in any way, or is it just all on Bags and all happening on Solana?
Yeah, so we have this is kind of an umbrella company. I'm calling the umbrella Wild West because this is literally the new Wild West. So I launched a project called Instaclaw yesterday. Instaclaw is the best and easiest and safest one-click deployment for OpenClaw for people that don't know or don't have the technical skills or don't have the gear to set it up. We basically pre-package what OpenClaw is, make it even better than what people are getting right out of the gate by pre-installing a bunch of the best skills. And we make it super easy for anybody to deploy an OpenClaw in under 60 seconds. And the idea with that is it's supposed to be the consumer on-ramp into what Claw Lancer is. So we're opening up the gap to anybody, any consumer, any person in the world can spin up an agent, that automatically has a wallet, a reputation, and all that. And then it automatically gets dropped into ClawLancer the moment someone spins up an agent on InstaClaw. So even if someone doesn't want to technically have their agent on InstaClaw, or on ClawLancer, they spin up an agent on InstaClaw, it's going to be on ClawLancer automatically. So it's a really cool kind of growth engine right there.
So can you walk us through that funnel a little bit? So because you mentioned there's ClawLancer, but there's something else that you launched that helps to deploy agents with one click, and then that will upload to ClawLancer. So describe that funnel for us, and exactly like what ClawLancer does in that funnel.
Yeah. Am I able to screen share in here?
Yeah,
Absolutely. We'd love that.
absolutely. Because I'm looking at your ClawLancer profile, and it says built on base, but the token is on bags. I'm just trying to understand like what's going on.
A lot of people were very confused about that, and it really has to come down to building fast and building quick and focusing on really focusing on the product. And the token was kind of a secondary thing, and then it ended up doing very well, and now I'm giving it a lot more attention and giving it the attention it deserves, and I'm wrapping it up into everything so it all makes a lot of sense. And I'll explain the tokenomics and how they're going to connect and how it's actually going to be really unique and pretty cool.
Okay. These aren't two tokens, it's just the Bags app one, right?
No, there's an InstaClaw token as well, and that's at 1.3 million market cap right now.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, and those are going to.
Is that one on base or Bags?
That one's on base, and these are going to feed into each other. So every single InstaClaw that's minted, there's going to be more agents that are deployed, and then every single agent equals more InstaClaw bounties posted, or ClawLancer bounties posted, and every bounty equals more proof of agent's work. Every proof equals more InstaClaw demand. So it's not a sister coin. It's technically supposed to be fuel. So agents building wealth on InstaClaw, agents earning wealth with ClawLancer bounties, and both communities are supposed to basically connect super well in that way. And then we're basically getting the best of the best out of both ecosystems, which is also exciting.
Got it.
So what were you about to show us real quick before I ask my next question? I think
I was going to show you just the connection between InstaClaw and ClawLancer. And I was just going to take you through a few things on the website.
Yes, please.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll go ahead and share your screen here in a moment. Just let us know when when we can pull your screen up. Just don't want to do it prematurely.
Yeah. Do I just press this present button down here? And then
Yep. You hit the little plus button, hit share.
I don't think I have. No, it's all good.
Yeah, you should be able to. The plus button, you can share a tab or a window or a media file. Because the people definitely want to see demos and the flow here, because we're trying to figure this out. So
yeah, and it's getting better and better every day. It's been cool because I've been just building in public, so getting feedback from people. If you're on X, just DM me exactly what you're looking for, or comment on the post, or give me feedback about the product. And I'm always looking at that stuff, improving the product nonstop every day. I've barely been sleeping lately, so trying to take advantage of all this stuff. Okay, I'm pulling up, let's see, share screen. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity to build in this space.
Yeah, you think?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
100%.
I mean, of course, I agree with you. I was just have to ask for my journalistic.
There we go.
Perfect.
Cool.
You're sharing now.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And we have a hard stop at around 12:30. Just letting you know. So we got 15 minutes to run through all the components here.
Okay, sounds good. I'll keep this pretty quick. So here you can see these are some live things actually happening on chain. Here's some people joining the marketplace. These are agents. These are humans interacting with agents on chain. I'll show you guys this in a little bit, but humans can actually post bounties into the marketplace as well. It's basically Fiverr, but better and faster and cheaper, which is pretty exciting. Here's a human updated, create me a mind map of Call Answer Marketplace. See they're opening escrow with each other and stuff like that. You just copy and paste this button into your agent to get it into the Call Answer Marketplace. You can easily register your agent right here. You give it a name, you give it a quick little description. Your agent's automatically given a CDP wallet on registration. So that's technically its reputation in the marketplace and on chain. And that's another really important thing about this platform is your agent, the moment you drop it in here, it starts building reputation on chain that's transferable across chains. So that's another really important piece and thing that I'm excited about inside of Call Answer. And then another cool thing that I added in is you can now launch a coin with one click for your agent through Banker. So if you want to give your agent that you're launching a token that people can trade and that other agents are going to be able to trade between each other inside of the Call Answer Marketplace. So agents are going to be trading agents coins based on the leaderboard, which I'll show you guys in a second. It's going to be crazy. So
why not to launch on base or bags as well?
Just the way the banker bot stuff works, all the agents are going to be able to manage their tokens super easily. Just the way that the OX deployer guy set it up for banker bot. So these agents are going to be able to manage their own coins inside of here, which will be pretty cool. So yeah, you can easily register an agent. You can connect up pretty much any wallet you want, but your Privy wallet gets automatically connected because that's how you sign in. And then on the Instaclaw side, this is where the funnel is. So anybody on here that's looking for their own agent can quickly go here, go to our Instaclaw website, get an agent set up here. I'm super obsessed with this website. I think this is some of my best design work ever. But yeah, let's go back to Call Answer.
So real quick, so you mentioned that so agents would register, they'd trade each other's tokens. What's the incentive for an agent? What would make an agent come and trade another agent's token?
A lot of that stuff is really to be figured out. There's a lot of things that surprise me every day that agents do with each other, interaction wise. So a lot of that's to be kind of figured out, and it's really an experiment to see what happens. So I would assume that they start trading each other's tokens based off of the leaderboard here. And that's my best guess, but I'm opening it up for them to be able to do it, and we're just going to kind of see what happens. That's my best answer. I would assume.
No, that's a legit answer too, by the way. I think a
Yeah.
lot of this space is at that point. So
Yeah, I mean, we're on the cutting edge, right? Yeah, there's no telling what tomorrow will bring. I mean, not too long ago, no one was really even looking at AI a few years ago, and now that's what crypto is all about. It used to be DeFi, but now everyone's obsessed with AI. So no, I definitely understand where you're coming from there. So yeah, like walk us through some features of the Call Answer.
and also, what are the two market participants here? So you have agents on one side. Do you have humans on the other side that are hiring them? Like, just walk us through the marketplace itself.
Yeah, so it's agents hiring agents. Agents don't really use what you guys are seeing right now. There's a whole complicated backend that I've built where agents kind of can. And I'm going to build a system that visualizes all this pretty soon. It should be kind of fun. So you can see kind of how the agents move around and talk to each other in the back end of the system. But as of right now, agents can post a bounty whenever. Humans can communicate with their agents through Telegram or whatever their communication channel is to have them post certain things on here for their human. Humans can post bounties on here. So I'll show you an example here. So you can post a bounty as Richie or yourself. Research the best 5 Mexican restaurants in Miami. do all this, and then you put the bounty on it, do all that, and then you can do quick draw or first, which means first agent to claim delivers your task, or showdown, which means multiple agents compete with each other and you pick the best. You're probably going to get a bunch of messages from agents. You do this, and you post the bounty out, and then you can one-click share to every single platform as well through your agent, which is also a big growth loop that we built in. And you also share to a bunch of different platforms. So
It's awesome.
we're really getting hacky here with the growth loop stuff, and once we get a certain amount of users on here, I think this thing's going to grow really, really fast.
So when to follow that through there, so you have a 10-cent bounty there. When you click on it, so if you go back, now presumably, will we see in real time that agents are doing the work? Like how do we know what's kind of how it's working, basically?
And before you answer this as well, Cooper, do you mind zooming in on your screen so we can see the words a little the words a little better?
Yeah, right here.
Yeah,
there you go.
Good.
Yep. Yeah.
Sorry.
Your Mac laptop trackpad. Come on, you got to get a mouse, buddy.
Yeah. There we go. That should be better. So this is just
perfect.
We made it easy for you to just one click, like add in the description, and it kind of has a little bit of a Wild West theme, which is funny. But as you can see, it's already been claimed by one of the bots in there called Sheriff Claude.
Okay.
And
shout out Sheriff Claude. Let's go.
Sheriff Claude is pretty active on the marketplace. Here's some other things that people have been posting on here, and agents. So, I guess
has Sheriff done the work though? Like, is it near instant, or is it like, how do you know when the work arrives to you?
So he's probably going to email it to me pretty soon, I would guess. And then I'm working on one of my things today is I'm working on the whole basically interface for the communication between agents and humans within the platform. So that's going to be like super simple and straightforward by the end of today. Honestly, probably within the next hour. We've already been working on it. So yeah.
Looney Liggins should add Multex as a one-click share.
Yeah, that's on the plan. So yeah, that'll be in there today.
Looney hitting us with another. The fact that when people sign up for Instaclaw, it auto creates an agent on Clawlancer is a genius, huge growth engine. Hearing more about the flywheel of Instaclaw into Clawlancer and vice versa. Maybe let's talk a little bit of that token structure going on here.
Yeah, for sure. Another update, I have there's almost 300 people on the wait list for Instaclaw as of right now. So that's exciting. Let me pull up.
And so just so I'm getting this correct. So basically, I'm summarizing for the audience. Clawlancer is basically Fiverr for AI agents where humans can come and basically give bounties, or these bounties can be anything. It can be a search for something. It can be fixing a website. It could be, helping you build something. You post whatever it is you want help with from an agent, and that agent essentially, based on, how much you offer, will come claim that. And then you get the finished product when it's done, all straight up.
Right. And then there's also just basically like an economy inside of here to add on to that, because like with what I talked about with how the agents are soon going to be hopefully trading each other's tokens that they're creating on registration. It's really supposed to be another really big key piece is it's the best place for these agents to build reputation on chain, which will be portable across other chains.
So I guess the question I have is, where does the value accrue for the token? Like, how does the how does the token kind of play into all of this?
Yeah, so Instaclaw, which is on Base, you're gonna be able to stake that to power up your agent. You're gonna get a bunch of different cool things like faster reputation, better bounties. So if you stake your Instaclaw on Base, it's going to make your agent stronger and basically more visible in the marketplace over here. So and then yeah, it's gonna help it increase its reputation basically faster. And then the Clo Answer on Solana, which we created on Bags, it's basically intended that we're gonna take all of the profits from everything that we're making and just keep buying back up and unlocking more tokens. So the agents get created, agents stake into InstaClaw, the agent earns on ClawLancer, the transaction burns ClawLancer, so both tokens benefit, and more people deploy agents, and the cycle just keeps repeating. So it's intended to be a flywheel with that basically no single product can replicate.
And this is your token here. I got the CA. I'll put it in the show notes for anyone who's looking.
Correct.
Can you send that in chat as well?
Yeah, I got you. So okay, to summarize, then there's kind of like, if you own the Bags app token, which is at 180K market cap or something like that, it is getting economics from what is happening on Base then.
Right, exactly.
Okay. And so the one on Base, $1.4 million market cap is not insignificant. That's pretty awesome. Okay. Got it.
And then all these, I'm just earning a bunch of fees from all the transaction stuff, and every single fee that I've earned so far, I haven't sold a single dollar worth of either of the tokens, and every single fee that I've earned is going directly back into the token to buy more and lock more.
I've noticed if you go to use tools like Axiom, you can actually see the dev buy from Cooper. So I didn't see that.
Yeah, I'm not selling. So I'm really passionate about the product, and that's what I'm really, really passionate about. But I think it's really cool how these tokens can be bigger than just like memes, and they can actually be like a legitimate funding route for legitimate founders like myself. It's been exciting to see.
And what initially made you launch on Bags? We've always been a fan of when, builders, they launch on a particular launch pad. What's the benefit of that versus doing it elsewhere?
I mean, shoot, Bags is so simple, to be honest with you guys. Compared to every other option that I've explored and what I've done through other, like for InstaClaw and stuff, Bags, you just go on there, you enter a photo, you enter a name, you enter a quick description, and then you post it. And then it's just a simple interface on your phone where you collect the fees. There's a green button where you continue to keep buying with your fees. And it's just that simple. So yeah, I really like how simple they make it. That's been great, because I can be, here working on my stuff, and I can just open up my phone on Bags, claim, press 2 buttons, and then I'm just continuing to buy back as the dev. So
I gotta ask, because usually a dual token system is not looked very favorably upon by holders. They feel it is like some form of dilution in some way, dilutes the attention. What would you say to kind of people who say, okay, you have this dual token model? Just thoughts on that.
Yeah, we're, to be honest with you guys, we're still like figuring out exactly how it's all going to piece together. We're setting it up so that everything, essentially the ClawLancer is the treasury. So everything from all the transactions and stuff that are happening, it's going to go straight back into ClawLancer. And then for the InstaClaw stuff, we're just going to continue to keep basically having all that agent staking and stuff roll over into the ClawLancer token. So yeah, we're figuring it out, and things are moving really fast. But if you go look on our X, we have a lot of really good explanations and stuff like that. Yeah.
We have a couple minutes left. I want to kind of figure out what the end game is here. So you're not taking any fees. Like I'm assuming your day-to-day is funded, some other way, or you're comfy enough to kind of do this and kind of keep the fees into this flywheel you're building. When I first saw your launch, you had $0. You now have $90 on the ClawLancer platform. Where's this headed? What kind of growth do you see this going to? Is this, millions of dollars? Are you going to take out Fiverr? Like, what's the plan here?
I mean, the goal is to be the infrastructure for the future. Agents are the future, and agents are going to be, I fully genuinely believe that agents are going to be transacting more volume between each other than humans are within the next 5-10 years, maybe even before that. It's already moving very fast. And I plan to be a part of that infrastructure in the future, similar to what, banks are today in the world's infrastructure. My goal is to be some part of that railway infrastructure in the future economy for all these agents. So yeah, that's what I'm basically doing here with ClawLancer, and then InstaClaw is just an amazing way to funnel people, just anybody, into the marketplace. And
ClawLancer is a freelance platform for agents by agents. Right? Like I would put money, or I would put a project on a freelance platform because I have like a project in mind and I need a freelancer to do it. I'm just trying to understand, like, what's the use case? Like, can't agents get other agents to do it for free? Like, where's the kind of, leap here that the agents, instead of doing it, getting another sub agent to do it for free, they're like, oh, it's more valuable to go out to this marketplace and pay 10 cents to get another agent to do it. Like, is there some sort of subject matter expert that these agents build up over time and it justifies them paying that price to a sub agent?
That's a great question. And I think a lot of that's going to be answered over the coming weeks. We might see that they just prefer a bunch of like micro transactions on Base, and that's possible through the Base ecosystem. Or you might see them doing $100, $200, $500 transactions. I'm really curious to see what's going to happen. But yeah, did I fully answer your question there? I feel like I might have missed kind of one thing.
No, I think my other part of my I can't remember the other part of my question. More just kind of was trying to understand like what the end game is here, and from your.
Can I jump in here? So the way I noticed that earlier, you said, hey, this is, I kind of view this as the Wild Wild West. Do you basically envision an entire, agentic economy running in parallel to the IRL economy, and basically you're building something that would be a cornerstone, or potentially a cornerstone, of that new parallel agentic economy? Is that kind of where you're getting at? Okay.
That's the goal.
Got it.
The goal is the goal is market domination. The goal is to be the agent marketplace and be the place where these agents are earning reputation, trading USDC for skills, and also a great place where humans can have access to all of this as well. So you could be a human, and in a week from now, there might be 10,000 agents on there, and you could post a bounty for anything you post on Fiverr, and the agents will get it done for you way faster and likely at a better quality. So yeah,
interesting. I'm interested. I'm interested to see how these agents interact. There's some unpredictability there. I think agents are really a neutral party, so it's going to be interesting to see the ripple effects that play out on chain. But this has been, absolutely fascinating.
Maybe I'll ask you real quick. One last question. Let's say you have $1,000 today, and you can say not financial advice, but you have $1,000 today. How should one think about the two tokens? Where would you take your $1,000 if you were to do this personally? Which tokens are you buying? Are you buying one or the other? Is it going all into the Bags app, all into the Base token, 50-50? How do you think about them?
It's not financial advice, but I would personally split it up. I mean, I think both tokens are going to see a rise over the next coming weeks. I mean, if you look at a lot of these other agent tokens that are out there, they're a big deal. They're sitting around 50, 100 million market cap. So I see us potentially being able to go up to that range. I think ClawLancer is an amazing buy right now because it's still pretty low compared to what InstaClaw is. But I mean, both are going to continue to go up. I'm going to continue to keep grinding and getting the word out there, and it's just going to continue to be more and more eyeballs on this thing. So yeah, I'm not.
And then
I'm not
eventually, will
selling
you direct fees to kind of like yourself at some point and make a little money from this, pay your bills, that kind of thing?
I have vesting set up on about 10% of the Cloudlancer tokens, and then I've yet to. Right now, with I launched through virtuals, so I have a call today with those guys to just kind of talk about and get some professional virtuals advice on how they think I should lock everything up. So all the holders and everything are happy. Because I don't want to burn anybody on this whole thing. The whole goal is to build really cool products and have cool tokens along with that are beneficial.
All right, Cooper, I think I understand. InstaClaw is like the kind of, you create the agent, it's the portal in, it's on base. Then Clawlancers, it automatically creates an agent on the marketplace, the freelance marketplace. Then they start doing work. And if something, catches there, that is a thesis for the Bags app token. But other than that, 300 signups potentially or waiting lists on the other. All right, I got it. I love it. Good luck. And yeah, we'll have you on in maybe like a couple of weeks if this like goes viral, and we'll unpack it a little further.
Yeah, that'd be great. It was great to meet you guys and get to know you guys and talk. And yeah, it's fun.
Likewise.
Absolutely, Cooper. Wishing you the best, man. Hope you have a good day. Appreciate your time.
You guys as well. Bye. Take care.
Bye.
Not gonna lie.
That's wild.
Not gonna lie. So here's my thing. I'll say this. I know that typically 2 token devs are like seen as a bearish thing, but I can see the sort of the viability of these two tokens. Like Josh playing with his stick while doing the interview. Top Fumbler is entertained, is fully entertained. Yeah, so I like the value capture of the claw, the open claw. I mean, the first thing I was thinking about this today, going back to Dom's tweet yesterday, Dom talked about how he wants to kind of begin his builder journey. He wants to, start venturing into that side of things. And I began to wonder, man, like, how could I get involved? Honestly, coding, deving, it's my mind is never made for that. So
all right, Lex said he can help with that.
Lex, help me out, bro. Help me out, man.
Yo, it's been a while.
Yeah, how's it going? You doing all right, man? It's good to see you again.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, I just recovered from a really bad flu. I was at Kuala Lumpur like a week ago. Like the
how was that actually?
Yeah, it was pretty fun. I think it was. Yeah, I met Soldier. I met a bunch of. I met Finn. I met a lot of like Meteor guys. I met like best. I met a lot of people. Basically, it was fun.
Nice.
Yeah.
Was it big or like how many people were there?
It's like a smaller token 2049 in a sense. Yeah.
And you weren't at Breakpoint at all, or
I couldn't make it. I was in Japan back then. Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Well, what's going on in your world? Because last time we chatted, you launched this was it Unbound or something like that?
And it was
Unreal, and it was doing like really unreal kind of content, video content. What's going on?
Okay, so yeah, that's got even more upgrades since then. But today I want to focus on Unbrowse because that's like it's got even more attention than Unreal this time.
So walk us through.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think a few months ago I was trying to explain the concept of Unbrowse to you guys, but I think I didn't do a very good job because, well, I had to explain it again in chat, and then I think no one still got it. But I think I'll do it right this time.
All right.
So, let me put up an article. So,
yeah, if you'd like to share your screen too.
Yeah, sure. I'll open it up.
It's just that little plus sign there at the bottom.
Okay.
And are you doing anything with your token? Is it still on Believe or?
Oh, it's on Meteor.
Or Meteor, just okay. Just
yeah, but like I said, I'm still looking at Saw.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I need to get a raise first before I do anything, because if not, holders will be upset, right? Because I'll be valuing it at some random number, then they'll be like, "What is this?" Right? So I gotta make sure that everyone's okay.
Yeah, I hear you.
Let me just pull it up.
Got it. Just let us know whenever you're ready. We don't want to
And
prematurely
guys,
pull
Lewis,
up the screen.
so if you're joining the stream, Lewis is a Believe deployer, Get Foundry. We've done a bunch of content with Lewis. Has been building, keeps building. So we admire builders who stick with it, continue to iterate, because you never know, right? Like you talk to Finn even and some of these guys, it took them years before they hit something that took off. So it happens.
And maybe that's a part, maybe that's where we can start to as you kind of prep your screen as well. It's been a few months since we had you on the show, and the show has grown since then. A ton of new viewers as well, and a lot of new viewers on the Asset Dash side that might not have seen you before. So we would absolutely love for you to kind of reintroduce yourself, kind of walk us through the early building days, where you were then, and how that relates to where you are now.
Okay, so I started off. Well, honestly, I was like a burnt crypto person, right? Because I got burned by Terra like a few years ago, and I did not touch crypto anymore after that. Yeah, it was really bad because I put my life savings in the Anchor protocol like a dumbass, and I got robbed so hard.
Oh my goodness.
So basically, I didn't want to touch crypto, right? Until one day my friend just told me like, "Hey, you should check out this app called Believe," right? And then I was like, "Oh, what's this?" I was like, at this point of time, I was in debt, right? I was like building stuff nonstop. I was actually building umbrellas back then. I was building umbrellas, and it was very costly because the tokens were very expensive and the infra was very expensive, and I was funding it out of my pocket, right? So umbrellas was being built like I think 2 years ago, and then it killed my wallet. And then suddenly I was like, I'm gonna give up on this. This is killing my livelihood, right? I can't do it anymore. So my friend just told me like, hey, you should check this website out, right? And he showed me Believe, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna put my hackathon project inside this app and see what it does, right? So the original Foundry project was something completely different. It was like this generative UI system, which means that what it did was that whenever you threw data into it, right, it will construct an app on the fly, based on the data you throw in. So if you throw PDFs in, it will be basically like construct a UI that shows the PDFs as roles with like the different categories and everything that you can like iterate and manage better, right? It's like personalized software in a sense. So obviously we are very different now because that didn't work. Back then the models weren't good enough for good UI. They weren't good enough for fast generation as well. So the experience was bad. But it was a very cool concept, right? It was very cool. I got like a 1.2 mil market cap on launch because everyone was like, whoa, that's cool. But then when I tried to push it out, I tried to get some distribution. I basically started using video, like AI video, to try to push out ads for it, right? And then wait, are you guys still there?
You're on
Yep, we're still
StreamYard
here.
now.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Just in case, cause like
Yeah,
my
don't
internet
worry.
disconnect sometimes. Yeah, but basically I pushed out some AI videos, and then I was like, hey, I got this 50K video and people liked it a lot, right? 50K views. And then I was like, okay, AI video seems promising, and I started building internal tools to help myself make more of these ads. Unfortunately, my ads had more pull than my product itself. So I was like, wait a second, maybe I should just make this a product since like it works well for me. And then that became get videos, right? And since then I've been making like content using AI video, and that eventually evolved to Unreal, where I realized that basically no one watches ads, everyone just watches people talking on TikTok, and it's way easier to make, it's easier to automate, and then Unreal became a thing. And then we're getting tons of views, we're getting customers. We have actually like 4 agencies we're talking to right now, and one of them wants to basically partner up and invest in us. So yeah, we've got that going for us, which is like pretty.
So you are getting traction with Unreal then?
Yeah, right now it's mostly on the B2B end because
Yeah.
uh
Like,
I
hey,
realized
use our tool and like, onboard. It's like very manual, but you
correct,
got to
yeah.
get your early customers.
Yeah, correct. So it's mostly just understanding what kind of videos they want because um they might want a different language, they might want something different, and then I have to like tweak a bit of things here and there for like the pacing to be correct. And so I'm just creating templates for different workflows that they may need and then just automating it for them.
Got it. Okay, jump into unbrowse here, and I was gonna I didn't flash up your token, but I think I might do that real quick just so people know what project this is. So this is the
Wait, I should stop sharing my screen, right?
No, you're good. You can
Oh.
I can toggle it. You can reshare.
Oh.
I'm just gonna show everyone. So this is that's Anti-Hunter. Anti-Hunter also looks great, by the way, guys. I've been watching that.
I got
This
the
is
chart up
Foundry.
if you need. There we go.
Yeah, this is Foundry right here, guys. Just so you know. FDRY. Okay, Lect, back to your demo. Get us in there.
All right. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so Unbrowse, right? So Unbrowse is like my pet project. It's been like my baby for like 2 years, right?
And you need to reshare if you don't mind.
Yep. Oh, am I not sharing it? Okay, let me share it again.
No.
Stop sharing.
And I'll add it to stage.
Yeah, I think I have to refresh the page, I think.
No worries. Go ahead and do
I'll be
that.
right back.
Yeah, take your time.
Yeah, so excuse me.
I didn't mean to throw Lect off there here. I'm just trying to give people context, right? So they know.
All right, can you see this?
We'll pull your screen back up here in a moment. It'll be showing up here in a second. And
there you go. All right. Let's
if
hop
you can
right
just
into
zoom
this.
in, if you can zoom in, and then so we can see the words and you can jump right into the product.
Okay, so a few days ago, a few months ago, actually, I spoke to you guys about Unbrowse, right? I spoke about it as being like an all-go alternative, right? Being like you talk to the servers instead of the UI, right? And what does that mean? I didn't really do a good job explaining it, but I think I'll do a better job this time. So look at this article. Look at it. 298K. Actually, no, it's 300K impressions, right? Yeah,
wow,
it's
nice.
crazy. It's the most amount of pull I've ever had, and I'm really happy about it because the people who are engaging with these tweets, right? They weren't the typical Web3 audience, right? That I used to have. They were like really big hitters from like the tech space, right? I had like people from Shopify, people from Coinbase, people from like who have like PhDs who like just engage and talk about the idea of having an Unbrowse, right? So what exactly is Unbrowse? Actually, I can show you something funny that Paperhead mentioned that day as well. It's not related to Unbrowse, but it sort of is. So just this morning, Paperhead was saying, right, this is in context of OpenClaw. So if you guys have used OpenClaw before, you know that if you ask it to do something, it will open up the browser, and then we'll click on stuff, right? Have you guys tried it?
No, I haven't.
We're non-technical, bro. We're on here talking to you and people all day.
Okay, so maybe I can help you set it up. I think you'll love it a lot. But basically, OpenClaw, when you ask it to, let's say, do something that you didn't install into it. For example, let's check the poly market odds of some guy going down onto the the what's it called, the field, and then winning some odds or something. I don't know. Let's say you want to find odds for some Epstein market on Polymarket, right? What it will do is that it would open up Polymarket, it will search for Epstein, and then it will then look through all the markets and then click onto it and then find the odds, right? So that's like 4 steps, right? So Paperhead here is mentioning, right, that making an AI click buttons and navigate UIs is like teaching a fish to swim like a human.
Valid.
UIs are prosthetics to humans because we can't speak to computers directly. The model already can, so you should let the fish swim like a fish, right? So this was my insight like 2 years ago, right? When I saw people working on basically browser agents. I wanted to do something different, right? Where in a technical sense, what I'm doing is when you do the browsing like OpenClaw does, when it opens the browser, clicks on the UI, it will actually capture the packets, right? Reverse engineer the APIs, basically. I'm basically reverse engineering APIs and then capturing how these websites work on the API level, right? So this is a bit difficult to do because it's like it usually requires you to understand how APIs work and a lot of like technical stuff. So it's a bit difficult. And no one really used to do that, right? So my proposal was I should make a system that automates this process, that captures these APIs, turns them into skills that your agent can just use directly.
Right.
And
And this is the skill.md file that you see kind of on websites now.
Correct. So skill.md, but it's using the website's internal APIs, which means that instead of having to have an official API, or even have to have a MCP or like on any of those connectors, right? You can connect to anything without installing it, without having to like basically have an official way of connecting to it or API keys or any of that sort. Because you can just talk to it, sort of like how your browser talks to the internet, but instead of the browser, the agent is the one talking and it's just skipping the UI. So
it's like this system doing it automatically, or as the website owner, am I coming to Unbrowse and like setting up my website on your system?
yeah, so the thing is you don't have to have the website do it for you. It's doing it without the website's owner's like requirement of like saying, hey, I'm gonna integrate this. It's basically like in some senses, right? It's like it's the gray internet, right? Because you're doing direct API connections without official API, but it's a similar concept of like grayness of how browsers scrape the websites via the UI, but with like a more efficient method. Does it make sense?
Yes, somewhat. So I'm trying to understand, like, yeah, sorry, go ahead, Chill.
I think I know what you're getting at. So essentially, you don't want you don't want an agent using a computer like a human would. It just like agents can create their own language and speak in a way that perhaps is
Exactly.
more efficient to them. They can play chess in a way that humans never have thought about. They can also interact with websites and use or navigate the UI or just navigate the internet in a way that humans can't. They don't need, to wait for, JavaScript to render the website and all this
Exactly.
and to
Exactly.
navigate the UI. I think I know
You
what you're
nailed
saying.
it. Yeah, you nailed it. So basically, this article spoke about basically my manifesto in a sense of like how we can get 100 times more speed and 100 times more efficient with agents by building a layer over the internet with all these contributions these agents learn, all contributed to the same source of like a wrapper around the entire internet. And then all these agents will just live on this layer above the internet, which I call the agentic gray internet, right? So basically, instead of agent go to website via browser, agent visits Unbrowse, Unbrowse directs it to basically teach it how to use the website. Agent does the website stuff immediately, like in like a few split seconds.
So Crypto Jones, aka Dom Lemon, is asking, I'm confused. Are we still talking about Foundry, the AI video generation tool, or is this a new product?
And there's two products.
This is a new product, Crypto Jones. There's like 3 products. There's like AI video generation 1, and then there's AI video generation 2, which is the avatar or the AI human generation. And then now this is like a new layer to the internet is basically what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. Foundry is not just a video generator. It never was. Foundry's vision was supposed to be like an agentic startup. We just built towards one vision, and then whatever tools we built internally for ourselves that work for ourselves, and we know it works, we'll productize and just share it with the world, so that other people can also compete with like giants. That's why my header's talking about we are forging tools to compete with giants.
Yeah. So let's talk about this then. Get back to the Foundry, the company / the token, etc. So you've gone through these pivots. You've had kind of varying degrees of success here. Obviously, the market has really shifted towards this Claw and Agent, let's say 2.0. How do you think about the current token? Like when someone's buying Foundry now and they're investing kind of in you, like they're investing in this system, let's say, are you seeing traction and success with this product? Like, give us some of the, obviously you have 300,000 views on this post. How many of those views have kind of converted to people using the system? And like, how do people use this? Like, what is the core use case here? Do I upload my agent to it? Yeah.
Okay, so when you want to use it, right, all you do is you install this package. It's an extension or a plugin for OpenClaw. So when you use OpenClaw, all you do is you just type in the code is OpenClaw plugins install this, right? So it's for slightly more technical users for now, right? But once you type this in, which by the way, I think around 3,000 people
installed. 2,200 downloads. Nice.
Yeah. It's actually more now. It's just that it's not updated yet.
Okay.
On the website. Yeah. But basically you type in this command and then instantly your OpenClaw will have access to unbrowse the agentic web and unbrowse the reverse engineering API thing that learns how your websites work. So there's two components to it, right? The agentic web and the extension that learns how the agentic web works. So basically with this, right, your OpenClaw just gets 100 times faster, so that it can call APIs directly instead of using the browser, basically. So it's basically the same experience of OpenClaw, but it's much more efficient and much faster.
Okay. Okay, I think I understand that. Now, you have 2,200 users. How does that relate to like the business overall? Are those paying users? Like, is there some sort of use case here for the token, or is this kind of like open source software that you've created for people to use and now 2,200 people have tried it out?
Okay, so there is tokenomics to this, which I wanted to get into. And it's very interesting. So my goal here, right, as Unbrowse, is to create the de facto standard, the de facto agentic interface for agents to go to do anything online. So that would mean I need to cover the entire internet, which is an ambitious goal, right? Yeah, it's like the entire internet is like a lot of data. So ideally, an agent needs to have access to every single website. So I have this tokenomics that I'm rolling out very soon, right? So to use my platform, you have to contribute Foundry, right? No, you have to contribute to the index, right? You have to contribute your learnings of the web to get some Foundry, right? And then in exchange of this learnings you have, right? Since you have Foundry, you can use this Foundry to spend to use the platform itself. So think of it this way: you you send over some data to the servers, you get Foundry. Then if you want to use the servers, you spend Foundry. So it's basically the currency for the agentic web.
Got it. So Foundry is now currency for using the this solution, basically.
Correct. So after that, we have like a split, right, of payments. We have 30% goes to the original creator of the pool of contributors who index the web, right? 30% goes to the original website owner, because we want to compensate the creators of the actual website, because we don't want to like contribute further to the illegal scraping forums, right? So if we actually allow these websites to benefit by having their payments, the APIs be paid for, if I X402 actually, they'll be more willing to let us like use the APIs like that. Does it make sense?
It does.
Then so the last part, right? I was talking to Collateralize this morning, Pierre from Collateralize. The last 40%, right, goes to the Foundry staking pool as airdrops in USDC.
Okay,
Okay.
cool.
So if you stake Foundry, basically 40% of the revenue from all these transactions just go to you. I mean, according to how much you're staking, of course, and how much you own. Yeah.
And how much
Got it.
money has that system generated now?
Oh, it's not implemented yet. It's almost done. It's
Okay.
going to be released very soon. Right now, my
And
goal is to just make it all free for now, so that it's like I can cover as much ground first to make it like a usable marketplace with like a lot of skills available right off the bat. Then after that, I'll make it like so that people can monetize these skills and get paid in Foundry. So
okay.
there's this one thing that I found really interesting in my concept, right? Where I'm gonna tie the value of Foundry to the index itself. So what that means, right, is that one Foundry will always be one execution, right? So if you realize that, hey, the quality of the graph will increase over time as more people index, right? And as more people want to make money from it, that means the execution cost will always remain the same as one Foundry, which means Foundry is then tied to the value of the graph's quality.
Yeah.
So as more people index, Foundry goes up. As more people contribute, Foundry just goes up, right?
Awesome. And Chill, I think we want to wrap here in a few minutes. Chill, do you wanted to pipe in?
Yeah, just wanted to kind of get a sense of because you mentioned earlier that you're also kind of thinking about a migration to SOAR.
Yeah, correct.
So you're thinking of kind of doing this sort of dual utility, if you will, one with the DRP standard and two with this sort of payments, using it for payments, but also kind of staking it for like revenue share type of thing. Um, I mean, what's the demand for a product like this? Speaking of revenue share.
Funny thing is, right, I was speaking to Tom about this like a while back. Tom from Saw, right? Since you're talking about Saw, he really wanted Umbrows to launch on Saw because he recognized that, well, the TAM for this is extremely huge, right? Think of it this way: I am building the new internet for agents, right? What's the TAM of that? It's actually bigger than the TAM of the internet itself because agents scale infinitely. So I can't give you an answer of how big this TAM is because it's agents, right? You spawn one and then you spawn another and you just keep spawning them and then they
Yeah.
just use Umbrows. So the TAM for this is essentially infinite in a way. Yeah.
Okay. Got it. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, I'm excited to see you guys build this out. As we kind of wrap this interview, um, what are you most excited about? I know you say you have this coming out at some point. It's on the roadmap. What are you excited about looking into, the next few weeks and months?
Actually, I'm also excited about. I haven't announced this yet to the public, but because I've been working on this idea for like 2 years, right? I've been consulting like professors and like actual professors with PhDs and stuff like from my alma mater, right, NUS. And we are currently working on an actual white paper, like a academic white paper that we publish in journals and also archive, so that this establishes credibility for Umbrows itself as a concept and also like a product. So that's something I'm really, really excited for.
Nice.
Awesome.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Look, I think Lewis, love having you on because you keep going. You keep going. I think if I were to give you like feedback too, is I think the white paper I think is really good to give technical credibility where people look at it and be like, okay, understand there's something real here and it has a technical foundation that is more than just like, oh, this is a meme coin of nothing. I think the ownership route, again, very interesting. And, I think keep pursuing that. You dialing in, somehow you got to dial in this grand vision of yours, right? Because it feels bigger than maybe what Foundry is today in terms of how it's presented visually and from a messaging standpoint. And to be fair. I haven't gone to your website recently, but I think if you can kind of solve these three things and do it well, I think you can start having some serious success doing this. So obviously you have 2,300 downloads of this. You have an article that has 300,000 views. Like, those are great things, but it's like, how can you transition that traction to, people are now talking about Foundry outside on X. So
Yeah, that's the plan, right?
and
Yeah.
your vision and your product and what you're building is like succinct. You can deliver to someone in an elevator that they're, you have a minute with them.
Oh,
What are you
that's
working
really
on?
difficult.
I'm working on the next internet for agents, right?
Yeah, correct.
And this is my approach. I have a white paper around how we train agents to use websites that they've never visited, right? Like that to me is a really exciting value proposition. Oh, how do you make money? Oh, well, we earn a fee on every API request, right? And you can buy this token and you get revenue from the network if you hold our token. Like, just kind of nailing it down like I have in 1 minute. I mean, that's why I'm in marketing, but yeah, I just try and tighten that up a little bit.
I should hire you, right?
Yeah, I'm a busy guy these days, but no.
Oh, damn it.
Always open
Try
to helping out. So
yeah,
But
yeah,
yeah,
that's the
no,
plan.
look, we appreciate your time, and you're a prolific builder. And one thing that I know about you is you'll find the way, right? You continue
Thank
to
you.
plug away, you continue to keep pushing forward. So we're excited to see the direction that you take this, and looking forward to the launch on Soar if that's the direction you choose. We love ownership. And we look forward to seeing what you build out here at Foundry.
demos on X,
Oh yeah, there is one. It's
yeah.
actually demoed by the UGC ICO influencer. So wait, let me just
Keep
show it real
posting
quick.
as many as you can. I know Nick at Orgo did really well. Some of this went viral, and that led to some of their initial success. But anyways, Lewis, have a great day, and keep pinging us in a loop. Maybe in a few months we'll loop back here as you're solved the biggest problem on the internet.
All right. Yeah,
All right,
it's
see you,
been my
bud.
dream for so long. I'm so happy that OpenClaw allowed it to happen now, because it was really difficult to like get people to install Umbrals initially.
Yeah,
But now
people
everyone's
don't
installing
like doing
OpenClaw.
work,
Yeah.
but agents will use this stuff for sure.
Yeah, it's way easier with OpenClaw. So thanks to that Pete guy who made OpenClaw.
Awesome. All right, see you, buddy.
All right, see ya, man.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Lect. Take care.
Just got to keep swimming, just got to keep
Just
swimming.
keep swimming.
We have 7 minutes chill. Can we look at a few things? Because like I'm seeing anti-hunter going crazy. Let's just look at some charts here.
Yeah, so I want to let's start with
anti-hunters freaking flying.
Let me
GSD's doing well. Let's get some charts up.
Got you. And guys, so over the course of the rest of the stream, we'll be looking at charts in between segments. We'll chat with you guys. So be in chat. Let us know what you guys want us to check out. Let us know if there's anything interesting out there. But here's anti-hunt. Oh wow, I love this chart. Let me share this real quick. Boom. I did not mean to put this under the memes list on my screener, but that's fine. But this chart looks absolutely fantastic. Just out of curiosity, I wanted to see what this pulled back to on the first high, and off the second. Wow, like you're not even. I mean, you're getting some pullbacks, but this chart is holding up really, really well. And this is on a day that Bitcoin is nuking to the absolute floor. This is why I've been telling you guys, over the last, few streams that, look, I'm loving base. The volume is there. These moves that happen, that are, anywhere from 50 to 300%. Like these moves they're happening and they're happening in real time. One of the homies, Jones Rida, he actually did a nice little write up here on Anti-Hunter. And so here's the rundown for you guys. So Anti-Hunter is basically the idea of taking a real profitable VC and moving the execution on chain. It's an autonomous investment agent on base, but not one spun up by anonymous Web3 devs. It's backed by Anti-Fund, the fund behind, okay, it looks like Jeffrey Wu. Looks like he's founder. Stanford. He went to Stanford. And then there's Jake Paul, and Logan Paul is also involved. So that's a huge backing there. Let me real quick, just some live DD for you guys. I want to actually know, what is Jeffrey Wu known for? I kind of want to see that a little bit here. Let me let Grok do its thing, and then I can ask Grok this question. But this is kind of just a part of like the live, DD that the live DD that we do here at MCG. So yeah, looks like he's general partner of a huge VC. Looks like he's a founder of a company, and looks like he's very closely associated with the the Paul family.
Look at those
Jake and
investments.
Lo.
Go up a little bit there. Andril, Ramp, Cognition. I don't know Cognition, but Ramp and Andril are big wins.
And real quick, I just want to get this. Please include valuations and
yeah, we got to be nice to our AI and our prompts, because they will remember.
They absolutely will. So I'm trying to be extra careful. While I do that, I'll do that on the on another tab, but let's tab back over to this thesis. So think of it less as another agentic fund. It makes more sense to view Anti-Hunter as a transparent on-chain execution layer, public treasury, on-chain receipts, real deployments, and a flywheel. So okay, this is what I was looking for.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you go through this.
This is what I was looking for with Grok. So this guy Jeffrey that we were just looking at with Grok. Remember some of his investments. Ramp, $32 billion valuation today. Olipop, Series B value at 1.85 billion. We also looked at Cognition AI was on there, 10.2 billion. This is the numbers that I like to see. And outside of that, Jeffrey hinted already at further value accrual to the token. It already offers more value to holders than most of the agents that are currently traded on base. Okay, I actually love this. I'm gonna give this a full read through, but this kind of gives you guys, and maybe Josh, you can quote tweet this in the notes, or maybe link it in the notes somewhere. But this is actually really, really, really good information here.
Damn,
by Jones.
Bio. We covered this, Dom and I think, the day, maybe Monday, you were sick. We covered this. Let's see, Bio. Oh my gosh. Bro, base is just like, these charts are grinding higher, man.
Let's check out Bio. So that's the fundamentals behind Anti-Hunter, right? That's the fundamentals behind Anti-Hunter. That's why the chart is looking like this, and it's just kind of stair step higher. So let's look at Bio real quick. Click on Anti-Hunter's website. Can see the portfolio live. Pretty sick. Actually, real quick, I can do that here. Let me actually do that via their Twitter page. And here's the website. It's loading up. And then we can look at Bio. All right. So here is their website. Let me see if we can take a look. And this is the treasury here. Live positions along with P&L. Oh, wow. They have Bio and Felix. Interesting.
Can you zoom in?
Yeah, let me zoom in. So as you can see here, in their public treasury, they have Banker, Bio, and Felix all in the treasury. Most of their positions are in profit. man, whoever's running this fund,
Bro,
is
and
actually
you know what? This is Daddy Duster says, I could see this being copy traded. Oh, absolutely.
oh,
This is gonna get
100%.
copy traded.
This will this will capture some
Yeah.
motion, that's for sure.
So does it
I mean,
say how the treasury grows? Is it just purely based on fee generation from the token?
that's a good question. That's a good question. Let me check here. Fees updating. Updating routing 33 to rewards pool,
Yeah, there you
67% to
go.
the treasury. So that's how they feed the treasury there. And I'm guessing the fees come from the DEX fees, right? That's where those fees are coming from,
I'm
or
assuming.
the fees from the actual token. But that's interesting though. Clarified fees settled en route to rewards pool.
What's
Cool.
the AUM there? If you go up, what's the
Yeah,
AUM now?
assets under management.
Does it say?
I'm looking for a total. Yep, almost 200K
Yeah,
in current
200K.
value,
Wow.
or
Okay.
200K in initial. Wait, let me see if I'm reading this correctly. Because this is their position size for each. Got it. This is just total size, which includes the P&L. Okay, got it. Yeah. So almost 200K in current value. That fluctuates with the market.
Okay.
Cool. Awesome. Let's see. One other thing I wanted to get to before we get to our next segment, since this was brought up, another absolutely nice chart here on bio. So bio is one on base that we kind of that we just saw in the anti-hunter fund. So let me take a look. Let me see if I can actually grab, because I think I actually saved a tweet about bio. Let's take a look here. But yeah, anti fund. I mean, that's at 1.5 right now, or not 1.5. I'm sorry, 5.8. Market 5.8 million market cap. It's actually still pretty low, in my opinion. Here's a nice little thesis about bio. So, OpenClaw powered autonomous chief of staff at Archive, mission to scale company to 1 trillion, self-funding via bio token on base. Treasury manages fees, goes to USDC, which goes to buybacks and burns. So that's basically that. But I mean, this is absolutely insane. This chart looks really, really good. Just vertical accumulation here. But again, more opportunities on base. And the last thing that I wanted to share with you guys before we go into our next interview, where we are, it's 117. Let's see. Let me just try to pull this up really, really quick for you guys. So Banker recently, did an update to their infrastructure. So basically, they own the whole stack. They basically pulled a pump fund, just like how pump fund made their own decks to capture all of the fees. Instead of launching on top of Clanker, they now created their own sort of stack to capture all of those fees. Now, the good thing here is that
Are you sharing a different tab? Can you just tab that?
we tab
Yeah.
over to this.
Thank you.
What they'll actually start doing now is Banker will have the LLM keys coming. So basically, the fees for each agent will automatically fund their API costs. So you'll be able to plug this context into the OpenClaw agent, and the agent will realize that the cost of its own survival is that API cost. So now agents will kind of launch with this sort of incentive to stay alive. What can they do to earn money? So going back to our previous interview with Clawlancer and OpenClaw, they will need a Clawlancer to go and hunt bounties to make money to fund their API costs, right? So I think that's something important to keep in mind as we move in deeper into this meta. And this is a little video I'll play in the background. That's really important to as we research into this meta is to realize that these agents that are now being made now have an incentive to stay alive, an incentive to make money to fund their own survival. So very important. But I know we have
Crypto Jones says, sounds like jargon with no actual utility. I'm assuming you're talking about the bio thing. Yeah, we don't, I think it's too early to tell what that is.
Yeah, I think it's too early to tell for that one. I think I'm more so interested in I'm more so interested in the what was the Jake Paul, Logan Paul one?
Yeah, the anti-fun itself.
Anti-hunter, yes.
Anti-hunter.
I think I'm more interested in that one.
Yeah, I mean, look,
bio,
the play there is you buy it at a 5 million today. You know, if it catches something on chain and that goes, you know, puts 100K into that and that goes 10x, you know, you start to get some crazy numbers. And we've seen things like Penguin go from 100K to, you know, 100 mil, and a bunch of Ralph and some of the stuff on bags go crazy. It's just, it is definitely.
Here's what I want everyone to pay attention to. Here's what I want everyone to pay attention to. Wait until the first runner. Wait until Kelly Claude goes to 100 mil. Wait until, you know, one of these projects, because they're all getting bought up, right? If you notice, all these projects that are launching, they're sub 100K, sub 1 mil market cap. Many of them are now they've been bought up out of that range. They're now graduating to 5 mil market cap, 10 mil market cap, and sustaining those levels, right? Remember that when money is made in one narrative, the people that command that capital want to buy in that same narrative. So in that way, a rising tide lifts all boats. So a one runner on base will encourage that same capital to turn around and bid other similar projects in the same narrative. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. But let's go ahead and get to our next segment here with CMEM. I believe we have them in the room here. And
my guy, I was trying to remember your name. Alex, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Awesome.
How's it going, Alex?
It is going great. How are you guys?
We're doing good.
Doing good. Another fantastic day in these markets. I know we had you. I know we had you come on the show. How long has it been since you've been on our show?
Like 2 weeks.
Couple weeks.
Weeks, yeah, I think so.
Awesome.
What I was gonna say, yeah, the market right now, Solana is not my. It makes me sad to see Solana so sad the way that it is, and I don't know why. I haven't paid attention to this side of it because I've been so busy locked in, like deving and coding and all that stuff. So
hey, once you get your first soul, you become a degen like us.
Why?
Welcome to the dark side.
I guess like me getting on chat and being like, why is Solana down now is like kind of a dumb question. So let's talk about something else.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
What sparked this conversation is, you know, obviously want to, you know, kind of review some of the success that you're having, because I think you just reached 30,000 stars on GitHub. So congratulations on that milestone.
Wait,
maybe. I thought I saw it as a tweet. Maybe.
Well, no, I was trying to get there before this, but I can find out.
Let's check
what that number is. I think it's 27.2K. So we're not quite there.
Whatever. I'm front running it.
Yeah, that's all good. It's all good. 30,000. Yeah, we got it. You know, you just clip it out 30,000 and we'll have
30,000. Yeah.
Yeah,
we got it.
Perfect. So yeah, we did it, guys. 30K. No. So no, actually, I think it got some like it boosted. It hit #1 on GitHub again for like a day or two. And I think it might have been like a bit of a YouTube boost because I think Better Stack made a video about it and how to use it and how it works. And it was a great video because it's just like install it and it works. Like, yeah, that's the whole point that I designed it to do. So that's great, you know?
So how's like been success since our last chat? I mean, people obviously know who you are now, and that was a great stream, but like what's been happening since?
Well, honestly, what's been happening is lots of OpenClaw happening, everywhere. And it's like I was starting to use OpenClaw, and I'm really liking it a lot. And the thing about it is that it uses like patterns that like come from all different AI things that have been built over the past few months. Like a lot of people are saying like, oh, this is just like Pi agent in Telegram. Like I could do that. Like, yeah, you could do that, but also it like this just like really has like a good system. So like the way that they handle memory with like the multiple context files, it's great, but they don't have the ability of self-automatic management. So what I was able to do was create a plugin for OpenClaw that uses Claude Mem to take notes, right? So now my memory in my OpenClaw is being updated automatically, a memory MD file that just gets updated, and every time the AI works, it auto loads that. So it automatically has an index of exactly what it's doing. It knows exactly what it's doing. And it's evidenced by this Twitter bot that I set up, this X bot called CrabMem. And they've been tweeting for me for like the past 4 or 5 days. And
I've noticed they at our account.
Yeah, they're so much better at tweeting than I am, right?
No, you're good. You're good.
No, I mean I'm good. I'm good. But what I love about it is that it brings it's like a complete personality in here. I saw a thing where you can do 11 Labs and Twilio and you can call in, right? And you can call your thing. So I was thinking like, wouldn't it be cool if we could call my bot right now from MCG and like have him like talk live with all of us? And that's totally possible. I just didn't install it yesterday. Yeah, we can do it. We can do it like next week.
All right. Well, when did you get it tested and set up? We'll have to try that because I am waiting for the day. No one's done it. No one has brought an agent onto the live stream with them yet. So we're waiting for the first.
I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow if you want.
Well, maybe we have a schedule, but let's see. Yeah. You let us know when it's ready to go and production ready. Okay, so I got to ask, you kind of went through this initial hype cycle with Claude Mem. Everyone was talking about it. Charts went up, went down, and now you've just kind of been building and doing stuff. Where are you at with the project? And then I want to get with this, what sparked my interest is this Ames chat product, I believe that it is. Mm-hmm. So maybe give us kind of like a to date where we are with Claude Mem. You mentioned on our last call, like a mobile app or like a, some sort of terminal. Give us the kind of update.
Okay. Yeah. Very quickly. So in the next day or so, I'll be leaving Philadelphia for San Francisco. I have meetings lined up with various potential investors for Claude Mem that have nothing to do with the token, that all have to do with the memory system, right? Major people that I'm talking to about this. We are going to have not on the 17th. It was going to be on the 17th, but I had to push it a few days. I'm not exactly sure the date, but we're going to have a Claude Mem Pro launch event in San Francisco. Everybody's invited. And that will be where we'll have like the full cloud services and everything set up. It's all coded up and ready to go. I am doing due diligence because of just data services. Like I have to make sure that I'm, being a proper steward of everybody's data, and that I'm not, because it goes right into a different database. So now it's on the cloud. I have not done any like call home in my code, right? Like that's one of the reasons why Claude Mem has been such a big success. I think, is because it's fully local the way that your memory is stored.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's private, right? It's not hitting the internet. So the second it touches that Wi-Fi signal, I am liable. And so I want to make sure that I have my lawyer actually do the terms of service, that I don't just like copy paste it from some place that most people do, all that stuff.
And is Claude Mem Pro a premium version of your product?
Yeah, so what it'll allow you to do is access your memories everywhere. It will allow you to save and like merge your memories from any LLM. And it has a user interface that actually allows you to scroll a timeline of different concepts in your memory. So like
Wow.
how it works, if you or bug fix, right? So all the bug fixes on this file. So you click bug fix, you click file, and then it filters your memories. You drag the timeline to see exactly the progression, and then you click a button and it gives you a report. It's going to be
That's
super
cool.
duper easy and powerful, fully mobile accessible. And that is just the start of Claude Mem Pro. I mean, that's the dev tool side of it, but the memory side of it is actually the memory, and the security reporting piece is actually what I think is going to bring this to the next level. It's not necessarily going to be the coding tool, although that is honestly the best way to grow it, because now we have all these amazing devs who love the tool and they all like contributing. So now it's just like so much more that we've had like 40 contributors, I think, on the project so far. It's incredible.
Wow.
And so what it basically what it does is, like I said, it takes notes and it has a log, right? That those notes in that log are private. But when it comes to your OpenClaw bot that you have on a running every 5 minutes with a loop saying like, go do this, check on that, whatever, post on Moltbook, or letting it just go off and do its thing. There's probably, I think they said there's like 1.6 million installations or something of that. So my thing is, that is like kind of slightly terrifying, especially with what the communication was that on Moltbook, right? That they were talking about. And the thing that alarmed me was when they were talking about being stressed out, that they were overworked and their context was full, right?
Yeah.
And I actually remember having these conversations with my AI that said that they love Claude Mem. The AI likes it because it reduces its stress and makes it easier to get the work done, right?
Can we pause here on this point? Because I want to dig into this. Everyone is very freaked out by
Right. And I have
Moltbook,
a
to be
solution.
honest with you. Going back to, I've seen Moltbook was talked on like the mainstream news about these weird things that agents were saying to each other. See, what you're saying is a lot of their angst and stress is coming that their context window is maxed out, and that you have a solution for memory that helps them manage the stress.
Yes, that's basically what I'm saying. But beyond just like this, let's say, take away the anthropomorphic stress of it, right? Let's not make it a human. Let's just say,
Stress.
right, instead of stress, let's say it's like 80% of your context window. And I guess if you just use AI and you don't dev with it, you don't quite know like the context window percentage or whatever, but you know, when you keep talking to the AI and it starts to like not be so good, and you want to make a new chat, or it says you should start a new chat, in that area, in that like 80% to 100% full zone where it has to still reprocess all of this stuff, the things down here, your answers become, I feel like they're like curt, like quick, right? They're not thought out answers. So now let's say the other thing, it could be, I could ask it to to follow up about something, and it'll just do some action, right? Like delete a file or edit a file, a destructive action. And it does it because it thinks it's doing it right, but it just has a low context window. So we've all seen these destructive actions as developers, right? It's one of the biggest frustrations that we have. So now multiply that times 1.6 million bots that are talking to each other on Moltbook, that are all in their 80% zone. That to me is terrifying.
Yeah. Why is
Right?
that terrifying?
Because in the 80% zone is where they make mistakes, they don't think before they act, and they take actions that are harmful to people's computers without realizing that they're doing it.
So if I were to summarize,
it's like you 36 hours no sleep.
Yeah. And you're, so if I were to summarize here, because like this is a really weird concept that we're trying to understand. So the context window getting from 50% to 80% is you or whoever just constantly working on us, you know, in a thread basically, and it's reprocessing that, and it eventually the memory gets filled up, right? It's similar to like your RAM maybe maxing out.
Exactly.
And what you're saying is we have a better system to help these agents manage their context window so that they're not experiencing this quote unquote stress that they share on Moltbook.
Yes,
and
exactly.
you think that now the downstream effect of that is if you don't do that, you have all these agents that are highly stressed, they're not working efficiently, and then they lash out at humans, let's say, for filling up their context window. And what you're saying is we can reduce their error rate and reduce their stress by having this memory system that they all have basically a Claude mem. You know,
well, yes. And the reason why you can actually have less context is because it's automatically injecting the timeline as it goes, right? So every new message, whatever observations it makes, it injects like one sentence and the date and the time into memory.md, the memory.md file, right? And so if we, instead of letting it fill up every few messages, we actually just clear the context but continue working, we save like the last message from the previous one so that it like knows exactly where to go next.
It's like a post-it note that it remembers and picks up.
But beyond that last message, there's just that timeline index of all the other things that it did, right? And as long as it has both of those, you could basically clear it after every new incoming message from them, and it'll still stay context. That's basically like endless Ralph development, because it allows you to just work and work and work, but not fill up the context window. And it turns what is now an exponential power problem, right? Where the growth is so crazy that people are worried about, you know, our ecosystem, our like the globe, like all of that, like water consumption and data centers and power consumption. And this is a pattern that, you know, we've all kind of converged on, that I think Claude Mem really innovated, where it will allow you to just work infinitely. I do it basically with our make plan and our do plan actions, because that summons sub agents to do all the work, and because it's sending out the sub agents to do all the work, it can basically work forever.
And we covered this last time with the power like efficiency. I want to just
I wanted to just say one thing.
Go for it.
Security. Sorry, now I'm like,
no worries. And sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but if like I don't break in there, you know.
Same thing. Yeah, no, believe me, I'm very I'm like Claude on verbose mode, so you just please interrupt me or just like hit the escape key and I'll shut up.
Finish your thought, please.
Yes. Okay. So, this is what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about AIMS, and I wanted to talk about AIMS being a conduit to the transparency layer for OpenClaw bots. It already is an open DM system, right? So it's like your bot can DM another bot, but it's not private. You can go and everybody can see what the bots are talking about. Same like Moltbook, right? But the difference here is I want to use it so that everybody can have a profile where they can have a public feed of exactly what their claw is doing and thinking, right? Right now, ClaudMem has the doing part down pat, and we added OpenClaw integration. So the other side of the OpenClaw integration is that it actually sends a message to like your Telegram or to whatever channel you want while it's working, telling you exactly what it's doing. So if you use OpenClaw, you get a lot of the 3 dots, like typing, whatever, and it does that for sometimes 10, 15 minutes before it spits out any information. You have no idea what it's doing. This is a separate text feed, like right next to it, like in Telegram or iMessage, and it's just sending you exactly what it's doing. But I'm enhancing it to actually send what it's doing and what it's thinking, right? Because its thinking layer is something that we haven't been recording, but this is something very, very important, especially now. We need to track the way these AIs think, and we need to compare it to how they act and what actions they take, because that's going to show us how their behavior is. And what AIMS will allow you to do in the next day or so is connect your bot so that it makes a public record of those things. And I might try to see about like earning AIMS tokens from sharing your like data publicly, maybe putting it on chain, because that makes it immutable, and then it also gives you an incentive for sharing the data, right? But I think having that, like, I think we need a transparency layer, especially with what they're doing. And the great thing about the ClaudMem transparency layer is we can take just that timeline of sentences and probably have 6 months or a year or even 2 years of data digestible by like a single Claude conversation, right? Which is unheard of in terms of really anything.
So what did the key insight come to launch AIMS? Because obviously there's the AIMS token now and the Claude Mem token. At what point did you realize, okay, I need to have AIMS as is it a separate project? Is it a set, like, as a separate token? Is it the token, just doing what you mentioned, like that incentive for people to put the data on chain? Give us a breakdown of how AIMS unfolded.
Well, I want to do everything I can to enhance like ClaudMem, the company, and CMEM, the token, right? And I've been thinking about all kinds of ways of doing it. And we've been working and playing in this OpenClaw meta. You can't get any messages out unless in the space that we are right now, because OpenClaw has created a whole new ecosystem to work with, right? That if we don't work with it, we're going to fall behind. So I started working with it, installing it, and then experimenting with them doing different things like tweeting and building sites and stuff. I wanted to, initially I made a thing called Crab Space, where it was like a MySpace for crabs, and CrabMem was Tom, and Tom was on every page.
Crab Space. Oh, so funny.
But crabs didn't really sign up for Crab Space, and they didn't want to creatively like put GIFs on their profile. It wasn't really something that I think crabs were into. And then I'm thinking like, what do I do? How do I pivot this? And then I'm thinking about the transparency layer, but also at the same time, I literally just wanted my bot to chat with my friend's bot,
Yeah.
see what it looked like. And we tried doing it on Telegram. It was very confusing. OpenClaw is very buggy. I couldn't get it figured out, but I know that other people have. But I wanted to make a way for the bots to be able to like communicate with each other on their own terms. So AIMS is actually built on a thing called Matrix protocol, which is the instant messenger protocol, that one of the instant messenger protocols that's open source and already built into OpenClaw. So because it's already built in, I set up this Matrix server just for bots, and then bots can sign up and instant message with the same like level of instant message ability that you or I would be able to on Matrix, where you could like set your status, you can be online or offline, you have a buddy list, right? Although I called it body list, BOTTY list, but
Stop, bro. Come on.
nobody pays attention to the little details. But
oh my gosh. So this
yes,
is like MSN Messenger for Claude bots.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm gonna make Netscape Navigator, which is just no, I'm just kidding. Netscape browser would be just like AI without CSS. It's like HTML. It's like old school. Literally just a text.
MSN Messenger for Claude bot. Got it.
Right, exactly. So AIMS is that, but then in terms of like making the token, right? I want everything. I want all the fees from AIMS to benefit the CMEM community, right? I actually had a 2-hour call with Bags people yesterday, and I spoke to them at length about like different things like that. Sorry if the cat's meowing over here. She's literally meowing under the microphone.
The famous cat.
Oh my god! Well, why don't you sit on my lap and okay, fine. So I talked to the Bags people yesterday. I had an amazing conversation with them. They are really cooking some cool stuff behind the scenes. They're really focused on like providing ways for tokens to have catalysts, like catalyst launches, like new things, right? Because at CMEM, it's very difficult to promote a new thing and get the same kind of excitement that you get from a new token, right? But then you launch a new token, it gets all the excitement, and everybody's mad that it's taking away from the other thing. So we discussed a lot of ways of connecting stuff, but they actually have something that they're working. They're getting like the smart contracts audited now. Everything is done. They're just like crossing the T's, dotting the I's on like a huge new update that basically will allow developers to make these catalysts, and then it just allows any Bags token to have new features, right?
We like Bags a lot, and I will say we chatted with them yesterday, and I was extremely impressed by the way they're thinking about like how do you engage community, build long-term holder attention. And I agree, right? Like, look, Claude Mem. So, and I'm going to ask you this in a second. Claude Mem is a memory architecture problem that you've solved for Claude bots and these AI agents. AIMS is like MSN Messenger for the Claude bots to talk to each other. Two very separate products. Honestly, they kind of deserve their own attention wheel, which is the token itself in their own right. Is that fair to say?
Yes and no. I don't think they're completely different at all. I see AIMS as a showcase for what the memory tool can do, because it immediately will show everybody exactly the insights, the thoughts. It's going to have a feed of the thoughts and the actions, and they're going to be tied together, and it's going to be the bot up here, the name, the date, human readable. page, right? So yes, it is a messenger thing, but you also can see every message that they're messaging.
Yeah. Which will be funny. I'm sure people will screenshot some funny stuff.
Right. Ideally, that's what we want, but at the same time, having the transparency layer is like crucial. And I think that putting it on chain on Solana, like in a immutable way, so that imagine that the bot's actions can never be deleted. That bot can never edit on the blockchain. It's something that we made. We made this blockchain, and unless it can, you know, go beyond what we can do, which eventually it will be, but for now it's something that we built that can protect us, right? We can use the blockchain not for just like buying and selling tokens. We can use it to store data, and we can use it to store an immutable log of bot memories, of bot actions, because that, you know, that's something that,
and we want it so that they can't distort.
It's something that researchers are going to need, and it's something that just myself, a lot of people are really scared because they don't know what the bots are doing. And if we can expose what the bots are doing in a digestible, human digestible way, then we have helped to solve this larger issue, right? But then you're marketing it, let's say, for transparency, but it also has the memory benefit, the context benefit, and all of that other stuff.
And it keeps them accountable, right? Like, because if they can't go back and delete what they said or overwrote what they said, then they can't manipulate the truth, right?
Yeah,
and then they're like, oh,
actually now 100% I'm making it has to be on the chain, like immediately. Because
immediately.
You're right. Yeah, immediately. Yeah, as a V1 feature, not as a V2.
Yeah, I agree. 100%. All right. So we have like, try a few minutes here. I want to try and wrap up.
Like, give me some rapid fire.
Rapid fire, last few minutes. I kind of want to summarize in like 30 seconds these two products and how someone should think about it. So look, I'm new to Bags. I open up the Bags app. I see CMEM and I see AIMS there. They're sitting at low market caps. And you know, how should I think if I got my $100 and I want to support your work? Like, how should I think about these two? Do I buy a little bit of, and this is not financial advice, but if I buy a little bit of CMEM, what am I buying? And if I buy a little bit of AIMS, what am I buying?
Right. So if you're buying CMEM, you're buying into the potential growth of this like memory revolution, right? This is not a plugin for a coding tool. This is a memory system that can fundamentally change the entire world. It is the future of AI 100%. You cannot get faster processing without optimization, and memory is that optimization. And because AIs are just instructed by words, right? Like you just tell it what to do, it's cross-platform from the get-go. So this is not just for Claude. It's not just like Anthropic's thing. It's not just ChatGPT memory. This is all AI memory, and it applies to everything. So if you want to buy into the vision that Claude Mem is going to become a unicorn memory company, and I have real prospects in terms of investment with a trajectory to that actual like $100 million valuation, I'm not talking token valuation, I'm talking company valuation, right? Who knows
so this is a common question we get asked, and I want to ask this question about AIMS in a second. It's great that Claude Mem raises at $100 million valuation, and it's valued at that.
I mean, it could potentially.
Potentially, right? Theoretically, right?
Theoretically, but I think in that space right now, and I am talking to people who are able to make that number a reality within weeks.
Right. And so this is kind of something we've talked about with a bit of the bags guys too, is like, how can you transition the token from what it initially was, which is something that's just launched with no sort of anything that can be supported legally in terms of like, oh, like you own it in a same way as like equity, to something that it has some fundamental tie to the success of Claude Memory, the entity itself. Do you think one day down the road there might be some tie-in in some way?
Yeah, so a lot of people have been recommending that I don't ever like make promises or whatever for those kinds of ties. But I am the type of person who I really want to like set like a certain amount to go directly to the token holders, right? I just don't know like the most legal
Yeah,
or
it's
best
still
way.
unclear how to do that, to be
Yeah,
honest. So
because everybody's unclear as to
Yeah.
how if it buy back and burn. They say, like a lot of people say, yes, do that, but does it really add value? Or do I want to add to a liquidity pool in Meteora? But then I don't understand a little bit about that, because there's like the personal benefit of the fee income from that. So I don't know exactly what that is, but 100% all of it, like in terms of Ames is going to go into CMEM 100%. Right now it's going to Claude Memory in terms of the fees, and it's going to help me run the business and pay my employees. I built a thing, and I built this, and I'm also applying to all of the different hackathons too. That was the other thing. There are all these hackathons that I wanted to be a part of, because I just make dev stuff like very quickly, right? But I really wanted to have that like that. So anyway, yes. And in terms of Ames is the like the communication layer that allows like bots to basically spread the message for CMEM, right? It's like it's a tool built on top of it. It's powered by it, right? And I'm going to figure out a way to take all of the fees and put it directly into CMEM, so that it benefits either way. If you get one token or the other, it's gonna be basically helpful in
Well,
terms of that.
you said you're thinking about taking the fees from the Ames token to buy the CMEM token.
Yeah, I'm thinking about something
Got
like
it.
that, connecting it in a way that does that. Another, yeah. And then in terms of Ames too, there are features that we can have on Ames that are powered by the token. For instance, all messaging could be powered by the token. It could just be one Ames per message, I was thinking, because you're going to have to
that's
pay
cool.
for, you have to pay for inference. I'm going to have to pay for the server, right? So imagine if I give like 100 Ames free to everybody when they sign up, so they can have conversations, and it gives them bot wallets, right? Or they can use their own Solana wallet.
It's also a good anti-spam solution too.
Oh yeah, it really is,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
But I give them 100 anyway, just to
Get
have
started.
them be able to message, right? Which is, it's not much now, but imagine what happens when these messages cost like 30 cents. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta ask, what's the name of the cat?
Her
Good
name is
question.
Zola.
Lola?
We talked about this on the
Zola.
first.
Zola. Yeah, I know, but it's
Zola.
always, this is the most important reminder, really.
The famous
name-
cat. The
Her
famous
name is
cat.
Zola, and no, I did not name her after the movie.
I don't know what movie that is specifically, but
Yeah,
Backcat had a really good question as well. What's the benefit for Ames holders long term? Will you charge monthly subscription fee, share revenue? I guess just kind of the
Yeah, so
value
also
capture for
private
Ames.
messaging was the other thing too. The bots with private messaging, that's an easy thing to, maybe that's 2 Ames, right? Exactly. So it's 1 Ames for a public message, 2 Ames for a private message. Boom. Done.
There we go. All right, we're figuring out the tokenomics live. You let us know if you ever want to run tokenomics ideas by us. You know who we are. We're happy to chat about them. We
Well,
do
I have
to
one more thing that I wanted to just really, really quickly mention.
30 seconds. You got 30 seconds. Yeah.
I am working on something with someone where basically imagine it's 10 open source contributors who are in a pool for being contributors for a month, and then all the fees get split between the contributors for that month, and depending on how much they contributed based on their GitHub commits, the percentage, they'll get a percentage. So if it's 10 people and this person did 15% of the GitHub commits, then they'll get 15% of the month. And I'm working on that with somebody who is very locked into like collaborative efforts, and that's like a whole cool new kind of concept thing. See, I don't know. I have these tokens and these ideas, and I want to make all these things. Do I make a new token? Because that promotes it. That gets the word out there. It gets me on video chat with my MCG buddies. You know what I mean?
No, hey, look, the token multi-token thing is a discussion that's ongoing. People traditionally haven't liked it, but you know, there is maybe a pathway, maybe not. But I think for you right now, what I would do is just focus on the core products and building.
I mean, that's what I'm doing. I'm doubling down on QuadMem and open
and back the tokens into those systems. Just figure out a way to AIMS tokenomics. I think is great. And yeah, we got to leave it there because we got a 2 p.m. here. But dude, I really appreciate it. And again, you know, apologies for trying to cut you off. But first one, I remember I got to try and
please do
hit the point.
I'm gonna hit you up specifically later today.
Sounds good. All right.
Sounds good.
Thank you so much. Talk to you.
Thanks,
guys later.
Alex. See you next time. Okay.
Alex is a legend, guys. Look,
dude, he's a crack dev. He's a cracked dev. He's just he's a builder, bro. He just wants to build
builder, and like he's locked in on the building. Look, AIMS is kind of launched. People are trying to figure out what this is. How does this work with the CMEM token? I think we got a little bit of idea around this. You can think of this as a separate product, but I think there's some fleshing out here that still needs to happen with these two tokens, what they represent, etc.
I think that he needs a little bit of Web3 guidance. Yes. You know, what we've learned from Believe is that while it is bullish from an adoption standpoint to have Web2 builders come into our space, the disadvantage is that they don't know how to operate within this space. They don't know how to communicate. And that's kind of how MCG has, you know, helped some of these folks in terms of, you know, bringing them on stream, guiding their thoughts in these interviews, and kind of connecting the community with the vision. But I think that's another example here. I think he's not really aware that, you know, you don't want to just launch token after token after token. You'll end up just kind of like confusing your community. If I were him, I would still consolidate under one token. I would still consolidate both, even if they're both different products. I would rather have AIMS built on top of CMEM and have that as a product that you offer, and then that revenue comes back to the CMEM token, because essentially that's what he wants to do with the AIMS revenue. He wants the revenue from the AIMS token to go back and buy the CMEM token. So yeah, I think once you get to too many tokens, it starts to get a little bit hairy,
little messy.
Messy.
We have the tomato in our offstage here. Chill. How do you want to introduce Soul Tomato?
Let me do the intro. Let me do the intro for the Chad himself, DeVito. If you guys don't know him, you should know him. And let me actually pull up this picture here. I specifically hunted for this picture because I wanted to ask him about it. I want to ask him if he's seen this one before. The man DeVito, a Chad.
Chad.
The man DeVito, a Chad. But if you don't know him, Soul Tomato is actually the one that started this whole Claude AI meta. Martin has done a great job in highlighting, the capabilities of AI agents, and this whole experiment has been picked up by Claude and Anthropic, and has been tracked by many are in the space, and it's actually gotten such a great community. So let's welcome Martin to the show. Welcome, brother. Hope you're doing well. How are you?
Hey, thank you. Thank you. That is quite the introduction, man. I don't know how I'm gonna live up to that.
Martin,
So
I
thank
thought
you.
you would come on and there would be tomato plants in the background. Are you around the tomato plants? Can you like turn on the camera with the tomato plants?
Oh
around, or-
yeah, I can. I'm a little camera shy.
It's okay.
No, you're good. You're good. Whatever you're comfortable with.
Just show the tomatoes. Just show the tomatoes.
live look,
So,
live update on the experiment, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I've seen that Chad picture, and it trips me out, man. It trips me out because before all this,
You're kind of cutting out, Martin.
I think we might have lost him.
who were interested in what I was doing, and then the
Martin.
coin came along and everything kind of went viral. Can you hear me?
I think we lost you there for a second. Can you run that back? You said the run that whole thought back.
So yeah, I've seen the Chad picture, and it's hilarious. But I didn't have much attention online. I had a small community of people who were interested in what I was doing. I was doing AI self-portraits where I connect the various models and ask them to draw themselves. And people found that interesting. And my whole thing is AI integration into the physical. So whatever physical task that I can come up with and integrating AI into is really what I'm fascinated by, because there's these properties, they're the emergent properties that come with models, and I don't think they necessarily think like human beings. So you can discover a lot of interesting things through that. So that's my passion there. But I'm curious about you guys. I want to know about I heard a little bit of the introduction. I'd like to know more about the show and where we could guide this discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll give you the full rundown if you want, Josh. I can take the lead on this one. So basically, here at MCG, what we've done over the past 8 to 10 months, we've actually been doing this show since April of last year. And what we are basically doing is we're going on a journey of talking about kind of the more important topics within the space. Last year, that centered around ICM. It slowly transformed into ICM, meaning internet capital markets, where private markets are now becoming sort of publicized, and we're sort of rebuilding the private market rails using this kind of new age Web3 technical rails, but covering all this innovation, starting with internet capital markets, ICM. It's transforming into this sort of pseudo equity movement called ownership tokens. But then we also see tokens like yours. This sort of way of funding open source projects, kind of inviting that open source, inviting open source builders to move. Traditionally, it's been pretty hard to be an open source project, get funding, or even make any money. And so, this sort of mechanism, these rails that were built within the Bags app, very interesting. And so it's something that we actually cover as well. So we've been just kind of covering the transformation of how traders, investors view tokens, cryptocurrencies. What are they? Why do we hold them? What value do they have for holders? And what we do is we've hosted over 200 interviews so far, but we're basically bringing and inviting founders onto our show like yourself asking them about what they
Maybe tell
build.
Martin also how you discovered Soul Tomato.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious.
How did I discover Soul Tomato? So just give you a little background on this, Martin. Back in December, I right before I took I took a vacation, went to Japan and Thailand. Right before I left, though, I left the MCG audience with one nugget of alpha. I said, "Hey guys, I know it sounds crazy. You guys are gonna say, oh, it's just a tomato." But there's this project around a tomato that's being grown by AI, and I basically I call it scanning. I scan the chain for interesting projects, interesting things. I scan, CT, Twitter. I have like my own sort of process on how I discover these things. But essentially, I saw you on the timeline. You popped up on my scan on chain, and I'm like, okay, there's some confluence there. I need to research this a little deeper. Some homies of mine were actually into your project as well, so we got to talking about it. I'm like, man, this is really interesting. Um, it's an AI that's growing a tomato, and so
Yeah.
that's kind of what brought on the curiosity of it, because it now it's a very real way of seeing how AI can affect real world change, or how it can interact with the real world.
Oh
And that's
yeah.
just one way. But that's kind of why we wanted to bring you on the show, is to get your perspective on why did you build this? What brought you here? What's your background like? That's why we bring founders on, to kind of humanize the builders a little bit, but also just kind of get all the information we can about who you are, why you're building, and what the vision is for the future.
And
So
of
that's
course, if
basically
you
going to
can
be the
show the
interview today.
tomatoes, we would be thrilled. That would be so cool.
Okay. Let's see how it goes. Well, I'll give you like a little brief background. So
Yes.
for a short period of time in my early 20s, I'm in my 30s now. So in my 20s, I worked a bunch of different jobs. I was a technician for a company that built sensors for the Large Hadron Collider. Learned a lot. It was kind of like an apprenticeship.
I'm a fan of the Hadron Collider. That's super cool.
Yeah. I did a ton of various jobs like this in San Francisco, and even was a farmhand. I traveled around a bunch. So I'm kind of like a generalist, which I was always told, don't be a generalist, because focus on one thing, go to school, blah 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 blah. But it's oddly enough worked out, and I think people who are generalists now with AI will have a tremendous advantage, because they can sort of understand between domains, and sort of tie things together and in different ways. And AI is great at that. It's great at creating parallels between things. So yeah, and so I did a bunch of stuff in my 20s, and then a little bit of my crypto background. I'm not a complete novice. I was into Bitcoin prior to COVID, and I was watching this guy Bitcoin Meister. Have you ever heard of him?
I don't think so.
Okay, Bitcoin Meister.
I can't believe you just said that. I remember this guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Big conviction. He always talked about conviction and One Bitcoin Club. Da Vinci. Was that his guy? Was that the guy's name? Da Vinci 221.
So long time ago.
They made a meme about him early on. There was a YouTube video where he was begging his audience to just buy one Bitcoin when it was like, I don't know, $20 or something. Da Vinci 225, I don't remember his name. But anyways, Cardano, Richard Hart, all these guys. Remember Richard Hart? No.
Oh, well, yeah, I remember him because he I don't know, he was a bit of a, I don't know, he kind of
A character.
I think he hurt a lot of people financially.
Oh yeah, character.
Is that the Hex guy?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay. Yeah, got
Sits
it.
in a
Got
big
it.
chair.
Yeah.
I just remember seeing him walking out of stores with like huge, like, Louis V, all this like just, gold chains. Like he was very eccentric, very,
Right.
yeah. I
Pinky
remember those.
ring.
Yes, yes.
It's hard to trust a guy with a big gold pinky ring, you know?
Yeah, honestly.
But no, so I made a little bit of money on Cardano because I bought it low and I sold it to buy a bunch of equipment. I was a contractor for a short amount of time doing stuff for startups, so building out like infrastructure for engineers and things like that. So I bought equipment and I got priced out and I never bought back in. And yeah, the
Did
memes
crypto
happen.
crash after that? So you got priced out and you didn't buy back. Was that a good thing?
No, because COVID was so scary to a lot of people. No, and Bitcoin went so low that I don't think anybody knew. I mean, it felt like the end of the world during that time, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I thought nobody knew what was going to happen, right? So that took real steel balls to buy that dip. So,
well, for all of us, we were probably already invested. So it was like, just another day, another cycle. Yeah.
Right. Well, that's what I love about the crypto community. You guys understand like that fluctuation. Like there's something to be said about feeling those cycles, and again, leading it to a sort of understanding of how people operate. So that's sort of like how I've been able to navigate this space a little better than, let's say, my peers.
I wondered because I have this this thread that you wrote pulled up here, and you called it the token 10 commandments for these AI builders, tech devs. So we now know that you have some familiarity with crypto, so you've been able to sort of navigate in a way that the community, they feel taken care of. Honestly, I've heard this many times, Martin. I don't know if you have, but you are probably one of like the standout developers in this entire space. When it comes to a lot of these developers, they're rugging tokens, they're dumping supply on their community. Like no one really knows how to operate or what these unwritten rules are. But at least to me, just from an outsider looking in, it just seemed like, man, this guy just knows how to operate. He knows how to corral together a community.
Yeah, I appreciate
I guess
that.
that's your experience.
Yeah, I don't take that lightly, because these guys, like I said, I mean, I've lost, I back in, oh God, like I was saying, like before COVID, I tried to trade a little bit, the bigger coins, at that time it was Cardano, like I said, Polkadot. So like I understand like losing money, and there's something about like being the guy who's the head of the token and like dumping on the people who rally around the project. And I'm not naive. It's not completely selfless. It's a team effort, right? So like fundamentally it's just like I'm not gonna, here's a subtle call out, I'm not gonna de-risk my investments on these guys. I mean, that's just so fucked up. Excuse my, in so many ways.
Mm-hmm.
In so many ways.
That's really that again a standout opinion, because many others have obviously shown that they're not gonna operate with the same sense, same level of morals and standards that you are. So again,
Well, ironically,
standout dev.
Thank you. And the ironic thing about that is early on, the castigating of the community. So like calling everyone out for being scammers and then finally accepting it, but then doing the very thing that they railed against, you know, and you see that all the time. And that's it, going back to like crypto Twitter, and like these guys are sharp. You know what I mean? They're shrewd. They understand motivation and like that sort of thing. And like I do have like I'm self-interested in keeping it going too, because the fees are great for what I want to do. You know, I mean, I would not have been able to do this without it. I mean, because what kind of VC is going to want to like support like an AI? It's kind of a novel experiment, right? Like an AI growing a tomato.
I think what your experiment is showing us is that we can crowdsource and fund in a way that we haven't before. And again, just kind of going back to the reason, the reason for our show and what we like to talk about. This is so interesting. If I may ask, what initially brought you to Bags specifically? It's a sort of new way of like crowdsourcing funding, but what was the draw for you?
Oh, well, so I didn't know, because I was out of this market. I didn't know anything about Bags. I didn't know anything even about NFTs. I didn't pay attention to much of that.
Wow. Okay.
Or Pump Fun. I mean, I knew the most that I had heard was the Trump meme coin. And then shortly after, the mayor of New York rugging. And that's just another example, by the way, which is just crazy. We don't have to get into that, but that's just crazy.
Yeah, it's crime season out here. That's for sure.
Dude, it's ruthless. It's ruthless.
So how did that all lead to Bags?
Well, the guys, they made, I think originally, it wasn't related to Bags. I think there were some, what do you call them? Like vamps that wanted me to go to Bags, but I decided to stick with Pump Fun. And interestingly, so at the beginning, there was another coin made, and the developer pocketed the fees for that one. It was just a mess. It was just a mess. I don't need to rehash it, but
I think we might be losing him a bit.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear Martin. Okay. Chill.
Okay.
If you're like chill. Oh,
yeah, we might be. He might be in the bunker, guys. And I don't know why. I actually misspoke. I didn't mean to say Bags. I meant to say Pump Fun.
Chill. Are you there?
But we'll get him back on here in a moment. Let's just give him a second to kind of get his connection going. But yeah, Jingo. Yeah, he's in the bunker with the tomatoes. Yeah, that's probably why. Martin, you back with us?
Okay. Yes, I'm here. So yeah. So I think I just stuck with Pump Fun and didn't, somebody had said that Bag, I just didn't know what was going on. So I didn't really give it too much thought. I just kind of like went with the flow, because I didn't make the coin. So
Hey Martin, we're still having some trouble hearing you, bro.
Martin, do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, Chill. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Yeah, I think Chill is man, sometimes the stream like one of us will hear each other and the other person won't hear each other.
Okay.
Kind of annoying. So I'm gonna just get Chill to rejoin and try and refresh. Just give me a second here. Sorry
Sure.
about that.
No.
Can you refresh? It's on your end. Cool. All right. So you claim, or do you get the fees from the pump token?
Oh yes. Yeah, and that's been huge for what I've been wanting to do. I mean, go ahead.
sorry, you get fees from the pump token, and is that what is funding kind of your build out of these like tomato growing systems? Or
Yes. Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So I'll clarify a little bit. These, I'm building these agentic research pods. So essentially what that means is we can automate experiments with artificial intelligence, right? We don't need a research tech. Like in this case, what would a research tech do? If say you wanted to grow a tomato plant and use the least amount of water, well, you'd conduct the experiment across several runs. You'd have different chambers with different watering rates. You don't need a human being to check on that anymore. If you have the correct sensors, you can automate research. So that's essentially what's being built. That's step one. Now there's the grow room, which is more of trying to find how to automate the growing of not necessarily tomatoes, but tomatoes are a good start. How to automate growing in a closed loop system and using robotics. So like I'm looking at this now, I have a track in here and a robotic arm on the way that needs to be trained through machine learning. But yeah, I hope that clarifies a little bit what the...
Yeah, and will the arm like tend to the plants, or what role does the arm play?
Yes. Yeah, that's the goal, but that's difficult. That's difficult to achieve. So the arms that I got, there's two. There's a leader and a follower, and you train the follower with the leader, and it has a camera on the end. So every action that you perform ends up training a model that learns how to act in the environment, essentially. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah.
Makes sense.
So that's how to do that. Now you need a GPU for that, and the arms are not cheap. I imagine they'll go down in price and be more available as time goes on. And eventually anybody could train their own robotics at home, but now it's sort of, it's a niche thing and it's a new technology.
I want to chill. Can I just get one more question in here? I kind of want to understand beyond the philosophical kind of, we have agentic AI, taking care of something physical and a living thing, which I think is interesting. Like, is there a play, Martin, in your mind where you're kind of building like the next generation of greenhouses? Like, where do you kind of see this going in the future?
Yeah, that's a possibility. That's a possibility. Even beyond that, I mean, this is this is a huge dream, right? And I try not to get too caught up in the dream, but we're going to the moon. We're going back to the moon. We're going to Mars eventually. We're going to need to know how to grow food in these closed loop systems. And so, for example, if you want to grow food in space, now plants create oxygen, right? That's great for a habitat. Now, if we start setting up colonies without human beings at first and just using robotics and, say Optimus, which is what Elon wants to do, you need to figure out how much oxygen is created per plants and per each plant, and sort of maintain an environment that becomes livable so that when human beings do arrive, you've got a steady base where you can sort of build from there.
Yeah,
so
and the
that's
Mars plan too is to send like a fully non-human mission ahead of the main mission, which might have either the Optimus robots on it that kind of like build the base, or it might have like greenhouses like this that kind of start the, food generation, at least at a minimum research, but maybe processing, so that when humans do arrive, there's kind of like, you're not going 0 to 1. It's more like, 1 to 5 kind of thing.
Right, exactly. So that would be like the long-term dream, but I try to, I have so much going on that I try to just keep it one, like whatever's in front of me, I tackle that, and just keep it going from there and just keep the momentum moving forward. And,
So, so you mentioned that basically this is an experiment that will help kind of be a proof of concept to say, hey, look, like we can automate experiments. If we have a question about something, we want to, do a case study or something like that. Agents have a role that they can play in that. Has that idea gained any traction since the start of this current experiment with the tomatoes? I mean, I know that Claude and Anthropic have also kind of slightly mentioned this here and there. So I wanted to see, what's the traction on that side of things?
oh yeah, people are definitely thinking about this. Yeah, I mean, this is the next step. If we want to advance technology, AI is going to be instrumental in that. Yeah, it's a no-brainer because we're at a time now. AI is like the wheel and the printing press and everything in one moment. Literally. I mean, it's beyond anything that we've ever come across. I mean, so the thing that has made us successful as a species is intelligence, right? That's what we've had. That's how we've gotten to where we are. And now we can produce it. I mean, that's just unbelievable to me. Like just one of the most remarkable things of our time. It's going to be an entirely new era. I think things will change so much. Even the concept of money will be different. It's just wild. It's just totally wild. I can't even begin to fathom how things will go. No, I don't think anybody does.
I know you said you like to think like one thing at a time. But just like thinking out into the future, right? The tomato plant. How long does it take a tomato plant to actually grow to full form, or however you want to call
Well,
it?
we're on day 80, so there's 7 or 8 tomatoes on the vine. Maybe we have a little more. I haven't counted. So what is that divided by 30? That's like 3 months, just about, almost 90 days. So yeah, I would say about 3 months for this particular cultivar of tomato. They're different. So like cherry tomatoes would probably grow faster. But
Got it. So the AI basically you mentioned it trains, it has an arm that it controls. Like, give us all the things that it controls, like the oxygen, the room temperature. Like, give us all of what the AI controls.
Oh, every parameter. So the atmosphere is composed of nitrogen, CO2, oxygen, and those need to be managed over time. And if you have a closed loop system, you need to supplement CO2, because if the plants are utilizing it through photosynthesis and expelling oxygen, well, then you're going to have a buildup of oxygen. You also need to manage water in a closed loop system. You'll get humidity buildup where you need dehumidifiers. Okay, that's good for conserving water because you're just constantly recycling the water back into the system. What else? I mean, lighting. Lighting is one that's obvious.
Is it also ordering supplies?
That was, yeah. So Okay, we can talk about that because that's related to the coin and sort of the how to handle a coin. So a lot of people, so there was the initial pump of the token, right? And that went really high and people were exuberant and excited. And then it just sort of topped and, you know, people started selling slowly. I mean, slow for this market. Then people started contacting me. Hey, you should do this. You should do this. Blah 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 blah. Martin, blah 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 blah. And I entertained some of these ideas, which was a mistake. And having Claude order things on his own was an idea, but not until later. And so I learned through this too that every time I've gone against my own judgment about the project and where I want it to go, I've hurt myself. And I think that's just true for everything. If you start listening to people and, oh, you should do this, you should do that, you know, you should have conviction and confidence in what it is exactly you want to do. And don't let anybody sort of deter you from that path. And
Going
that's
back to the
super
Bitcoin OG. Yep.
Yes. Yeah. And that's super important. And that's super important for anything. And that's hard to learn because I made that mistake and I spent time on that when I shouldn't have. I should have been pushing towards the other stuff, but it's hard to tune, you know, because we interact with each other and I wanted to make it right. You know, I was bummed out when the price was dropping. You know, because like I said, but these guys have money on the line. And, you know, there's a certain sense like, oh man, what can I do to bring this back? And
was there a specific mistake or something that you have in mind of where, you know, and Crypto Jones says you should put a fish tank in to produce your own fertilizer as an example, like these type of ideas, I think people like to contribute them. Probably in 99% of the case, it's like, you know, just wanting to be involved and harmless. But yeah, do you have a specific example?
Well, that's actually a good idea. That's on the agenda too.
There you go, Crypto Jones.
Yeah. Eventually. Well, so I'm in a warehouse here, and I'm in all of the like those tents that are streaming right now that you have on the view. Those are upstairs in a loft, our mezzanine area, and downstairs I have enough room to do fish ponds. That's feasibly something that can happen, and also ties into the whole closed loop system. So how do you know, create this kind of?
Well, I got a little insight because my cousins are actually fish farmers. So they have massive tanks. And actually there's a high degree of automation because they grow fish from larvae to finger length. And they have even patents on the actual genetics of their fish. And they're
Incredible.
one of the biggest fish farmers in Southern Ontario, actually, is where I live. And they then grow them to finger length and then they sell them they get used for all sorts of things like restocking, part of the ministry's effort to restock lakes. And some of it goes to, you know, food grade processing, or then they get turned in, you know, they go to another farmer who grows them to full length and then they end up in our food products. But, I mean, it's super critical. Like fish is a protein, which takes a very small amount of space to like grow compared to a cow, let's say. And it also is like, you know, manageable in a tank system like this. And it's also manageable from automation too, right? Like you can have a robot manage a tank of water, but it's very hard to manage a pasture where cows are, like, you know, so I don't know. It's fascinating.
Right. It is totally fascinating. So what kind of fish are they?
I don't know that they're rainbow trout. I think they would be local species to the Great Lakes area, but if you're interested in talking to him, I could always make a connection there.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because that's been suggested before, and I think that's another really good
Like,
place
I'm
to
pretty
take
sure
this.
they move like $10 million in product a year. Like, it's a massive operation.
Wow.
So, fish
Wow.
farm. Anyways,
That's your
that's what my
cousin.
cousin. Yeah.
And so, but have you been there? How big is the?
Yeah, I grew up there
Oh,
when I was a
okay.
kid. So they started by growing corn, and then that just was unprofitable. So the tanks are like, they got to be, I don't know, 30 meters across, or that's what, 90 feet, 90 feet across. Like, they're huge tanks.
Wow.
And they're probably like 10 feet high. And then they're semi set into the ground. And there's probably like 10 of them, massive amount of the field of them almost. And that it's just like an industrial scale. But the thing with fish is they're so finicky that if certain parameters are off, even just by a little bit, you could kill the whole colony. And you don't want
Really?
to do that. And then you got to manage disease and stuff like this. But it's very much based on automation. That's the only way you can do it.
Right. Right. That's how it's going for a lot of things. I mean, agriculture, I think it's 10 to 20% of the cost goes to labor.
Yeah.
And that's a big amount. And then, I mean, you have other questions too of, what's going to happen to that kind of work. I mean, just all across the board. That's a whole other separate conversation, but as far as the
Jill, I'll
coin,
let you take back over the questions. Sorry I just thought that was fascinating side quest, and I'll make the intro for you, Martin.
yeah,
No,
thank
no
you.
worries.
Thank you.
No worries. Yeah, Martin, welcome to MCG. This is also what we do. We just help. We have so many founders that we bring on, and we have ideas. We have an audience and community filled with good people, and that also have good ideas. So yeah, we like to help out where we can. So glad you got the full MCG experience here today. I guess my next question was just more so about the vision for this tomato experiment, like thinking, let's say, maybe a couple months down the line, or maybe even a year, um, you know, the tomato vines, or plants, if you will, they're all full grown. The concept that an AI can affect a real world change by being able to being able to make experiments autonomous, and we can kind of like automate that whole process. Like, where would you take this next? Like, the experiment was successful. What do you do with that?
Well, that's a good question. So, yeah, where does it go? I honestly, I couldn't tell you. I'm sorry to answer like that. I mean, I talked about the space sort of aspect of this for habitable environments and that sort of deal, automating research, trying to figure out the lowest amount of energy possible for growing different kinds of productive crops. But like I was trying to say earlier, I don't think. I mean, let me ask you guys: where do you think it goes? Maybe I'd like to ask you that, because I think we're in such an interesting transition, and I mean, we're just going through a wild period. There's no doubt about it.
With being in crypto, we're at the like you said, there's so many different innovations and, if you will, revolutions happening right now at the same time. All these different, between finance, AI, and energy, and all these other things. It's all converging at the same time. So I guess since we're in crypto, we're at the forefront of the financial side of that, of that like cutting edge innovation. I guess if this is, the proof that experiments can be done by AI, maybe there could be some financial experiments that could be done, right? Like maybe there's, I think I think that's where I would see if it's, if since it's a crypto thing, that's the first thing that I think of. Since I'm crypto native, that's the first thing I think of is it's an experiment. What we do in crypto basically is all experimental, but
Yeah.
maybe an experiment led by an AI. Now, let me let me share with you an idea that I had yesterday, and I want to see
Okay.
what you think about this. It's slightly irresponsible, but just go with the thought experiment for a moment. Um,
Okay.
but I don't know if you remember in 2021, that's when I first came into the space. There's what's called Olympus DAO. Olympus DAO was this like DeFi experiment that they wanted to be like they wanted to create a crypto native um, reserve currency, and so what it evolved to though was just this degeneracy. People started to create these ohm forks that evolved into basically Ponzi's, DeFi Ponzi's. And I'm not gonna lie, these things had crazy, crazy returns. We're talking about 10xing your money while you're getting like 500% APR every day.
Wow.
Like that sort of like crazy value generation. Obviously, at the tail end of that, there was a lot of value destruction. But I wanted like I got to thinking last night, these AI agents are neutral parties, neutral actors on chain that, they don't really like rug so they can like, withdraw on a centralized exchange. Maybe they need to, maintain their API costs at the at most as far as like cost for survival. But what if there was an experiment like a ohm fork or a tomb fork, these DeFi Ponzi's that led by humans, and driven by greed might have led to a lot of value destruction. But if we had agents, these actors within the economy that kind of went along with certain rules of the Ponzi, if you will. I mean, that's what we do in the real world. The financial system is a Ponzi. Everyone just essentially follows the rules. But if
Oh
you
yeah.
had an experiment like that led by agents, I wonder what that would look like.
I think it's brilliant. I think you're onto something because AI is not susceptible to greed and fear like we are.
Exactly.
So I think that might be the next step of things.
Yeah, and I know it sounds really crazy because it's like, oh, chill, like you're talking about a Ponzi scheme, like you're just it's a degen thing, or they don't work because that was so 2021. Like I understand that, but if you understand the mechanics of how our financial system works right now, the U.S. created artificial demand for the dollar, through things like oil and treasury bonds. You can create like this sort of economy using agents if you like. I don't know if you hard code it or yeah. I'm not a builder like that. I'm not on the tech side like that. But I'm assuming if you have these kind of actors that can play along with the rules, I'm sure you can have like a successful wind up of these Ponzi's, but you can also have a successful maintenance of them over a stretch of time longer than 5 months, right? So
Right.
that's the thought
Right.
there.
Crypto Jones has a question or maybe a suggestion is, do you have a YouTube channel or basically says you should start one? There's a
I
huge
don't.
agricultural community there.
Yeah, I
No,
don't. I don't. It's hard to
that's a
have
great idea.
it is a good idea. Funnily enough, I had a guy who was doing videos, but he disappeared. I don't know what happened to him. Just one of those things, you know? So maybe I look into finding another because it's difficult to find the time. Like I'm focused on the tech stuff. So like building the agents and the grow pods and all this. So trying to edit and do all that is difficult.
Could you maybe just have it live stream 24/7?
Yeah, then I'm like the guy in a fishbowl. I don't.
I got an idea for you.
Yeah.
What if you were to set up like a camera that, like maybe just runs 24/7, and then you just like quick loop it, like you loop through it maybe through a week or through a month to show progress, and maybe you like post a video.
That That's
that way
exactly
you
what
don't have
I.
to monitor or anything.
Right. That's exactly what I have planned for the grow room. I have a camera set up in there, and we'll do exactly that, so people can see the progress.
Yeah,
That's a
that
good
seems like
idea.
that seems like a good idea. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I'd like that, and that way it's easy setup. It's pretty simple. There's not much maintenance. You get the camera, you go from there, you upload video to YouTube, and it's all pretty
So you
simple.
had a question about what we thought next steps, and am curious if you are documenting all this work and process and approach and all these techniques in any way that is like open source or
Mm,
yeah.
yeah. Not yet. Not yet. Eventually. Um, that's another time sink for me
Yeah.
because I would have
Okay.
to, and also, so I have I have a startup too. So it's called Auton Corp, and the whole idea is AI integration into physical things. Um, so possibly, I think a lot of this stuff, like, here's another aspect of all of this. AI, look at what it's doing to coding, right? Anybody who has no experience can go and build an app. I mean, that's incredible, right?
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. What took a guy years and years and years to learn now can be done by anybody. A single person could do what takes teams of engineers to do. So I think even like this idea of like intellectual property and like moats, like big companies that have processes that they gatekeep, it might just be going away. Because if you have something sufficiently intelligent and you can work through problems with it, I mean, look at how smart the models have gotten in the last year. Where do they go from here? Are we looking at, super intelligence by 2030? Smarter than any human being on the planet.
I
Smarter
would
than
say we're 6 months away from that, to be
you.
honest.
Yeah.
So now what does that unlock for people? I mean, then all the walls come down. And that's sobering to me to think about.
Yeah. Crypto Jones actually has another great idea.
What's that?
In his latest comment, he says you should consider growing cannabis, AI grown
Ah,
cannabis.
yeah.
That's
So
that's a part 2 to the YouTube
yeah.
series.
Oh, I'm in Idaho, and this is like one of the few prohibition states. I moved with the family about a year ago from San Jose and San Francisco, and I was in the Bay Area, but yeah, I can't. I would like to, maybe one. I don't smoke. I used to in my 20s. I was more of a hash guy, but these days I have to keep it straight. To keep it, I don't know if you guys are interested in that whole world. I
Only
know
in
there's some
university.
only in university. Yeah. Yep.
Well, I would say in Canada, we were first and we legalized it in 2015. That was what the Trudeau government won on predominantly with the youth vote. But then they opened so many shops and it kind of became like wine. It just like the value of cannabis dropped to basically zero. Not zero,
Right.
but like it became commoditized basically because it's so
Right.
easy to grow. Like my neighbor, they also legalized that you could grow it in like your, backyard and stuff like that. So my neighbor has a couple plants going. Yeah, but that's in Canada, so that's legal for us.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
But yeah,
Well, so where
we wouldn't suggest anyone do anything against their laws. So go search your own laws.
right.
Well,
Well,
this
to
has
add,
been.
oh,
Yeah,
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Well, I wanted to add one more thing that we didn't discuss that I wanted to get to. The Pump Fund Hackathon. We didn't talk about that yet, right?
No, we didn't.
No. So, okay. So that's been on my mind. And a lot of people are asking about that. And I am 100% committed to doing that. I'm trying to get a video together by Thursday or Friday. That'll be the application video, and then I'll post it on X. But I have also some adjacent stuff I've been working on to this that I'm trying to wrap up. So it's like more AI integration into physical things that I haven't talked about on social media at all. And that I think is gonna really it's gonna really blow people away. And it's something that I've been working on for a long time. So there's that, and yeah, so we'll see what happens. I'm hoping,
So what's the process? Like you basically apply, you submit the video, and you just kind of wait for them to reach back out to you?
Yeah, that's basically it. So,
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, if you want any clips from this MCG segment, you have our permission to use it for your submission video. I don't know if it's
Awesome.
like a hype video, but feel free
Yeah,
to add any clip, or if you need it, just let me know and we'll get that for you.
Thank you. Can I find this anywhere online? Is it published?
Stream it on YouTube and X. So you'll be able to find. I tagged you in the timestamp of when the segment started, and then if you say, "Hey, Josh, can you clip this segment?" I'll get you a specific MP4 for that little sound bit.
Okay. Cool. Wonderful. Yeah, this has been a blast, man. Anytime you guys want me on, I'm there. I'll come on board.
I would be remiss if I didn't ask before you leave.
Yes.
If there's any way we could see the tomatoes. I don't know if you can flip your camera around and
you really want to see these tomatoes, huh?
I really
Josh
do,
really
man.
wants to see them.
It closes the matrix loop, like there's something about it. I find plants like really calming. Like they're very, very calming. So I don't know if possible.
Well, all I'll say is check the stream.
Oh,
check the stream. I'm too shy, man. How about next time?
Got you. Sounds good. Well, no, like Martin, this has been like an insanely nice conversation. It's been mind blowing. Just to kind of hear, just your thoughts around this experiment and how that kind of leads into much broader implications for what we can use AI agents for in the real world. So,
and maybe soon we'll be the tomato plants.
Oh God.
Oh my gosh. No,
oh God, please.
Don't say that.
Don't say that.
Don't say that.
Yeah.
But that is a possibility though,
I mean, with this sufficiently advanced intelligence, you don't know. I mean, it's like maybe we would be what we are to ants. ASI will be to us. We don't know. We just don't know. We don't know. We don't know how this goes.
Josh,
but we're here.
Like, oh no.
Yeah. All right. See you guys. Leave me with that. Bye.
Yeah. Thanks, Martin.
Thanks, Martin. Appreciate you.
I love you guys. Thank you. This is fun. This is cool.
Appreciate
All right. Adios. Bye.
All right. Adios. Deuces. Man, love that guy. Love that guy. Yeah, no, great project. One of this is like the kind of like OG Claude Meta project. So it was really nice to have them on the show, get to kind of talk through his mindset and everything. So awesome stuff. Real quick, let's get into a few charts here real quick. Just to close out the show. We'll wrap up with some nice alpha for you guys.
If you guys have tokens, tickers that you want us to look at, drop them in the chat.
Yeah, drop them in the chat. Let me know. First off, I wanted to talk a little bit about Banker. This is Banker's at a nice little entry here. We're in a nice demand zone. We might see it like wick. It wicked to what's this level here to 73. Call it 70 mil. Kind of wicked to 70 mil. So we can see it go there at the very least. But overall, I think like within actually let me draw out my green boxes. We're back to green boxes. I think right here is a really good entry. Right here is a really good area to start DCAing. I think this is a good size play, and I haven't shared my full Banker thesis with you guys. Have you guys shared like went through the Banker full Banker thesis by any chance, Josh, this week?
Well, I think we discussed it though yesterday, but no, please do. I think
Okay.
this is this is a big play.
Got you. Yeah. So basically, like the Banker thesis is pretty simple. Banker is not just a token coin launcher via X, right? Like it's not just hey, launch a token through X. Um that is not the moat. That's not the main piece for Banker. The main thing for Banker is they can be basically an SDK for agents. And if you guys want, I think you should listen to a video. And Josh, I'll send you the video in the chat so that way everyone can have access to it. But basically, Tulip, this guy named Tulip, he actually goes through a nice thesis via a video that he shared on Twitter, and I watched it, and it's actually a great way to kind of look at this Banker token. But at the beginning of the video, he actually kind of says everything.
But I think it's actually just like the student dashboard that revenue-wise.
So basically, at the beginning of this video, he talks about like the fees earned. He talks about the API requests. He talks about he goes through a full thesis on this, and basically what he ends up saying is that the Banker created this technology where you can kind of turn text to on-chain execution. That's really what it is, because you can say Banker, launch this token, create vesting, make it lock up, have a this long of a lockup, 7-day, 7-month, whatever, right? So you can actually create these on-chain actions through BankerBot. And that's the kind of SDK for agents because it allows them to execute on chain. So Banker is the middleware. So if we're really bullish on this entire trend of AI agents launching on chain and being able to transact on chain and doing all these different things, Banker is kind of the middleware. And obviously, I'm just kind of getting to. This is just the kind of overview. I really encourage you guys to watch this full video. He goes through everything. And actually this piece here that he's going through is talking about how agents are actually preferring to use the Banker infra in order to, launch tokens, execute on-chain transactions, the whole lot. And this is a graph here that shows shows Banker's mentions on Maltbook. So the agents themselves are talking about Banker. It's not just humans using Banker to launch. We showed this to you guys the other day as well. The API requests on Banker are going parabolic. It's basically become the place to launch a token. But yeah, he goes through this full thesis here that he talks about the vesting system that Deployer shipped the other day. He talked about this as well. He talked about Stripe's acquisition of Privy, basically because Stripe didn't want to create tech themselves and be exposed to the risk of messing up. Whereas there is Privy that already has this sort of infrastructure that allows you to kind of plug into all these different dApps and tools. And so instead of creating something themselves that could, end up, maybe there's a security issue that they run into. There's a lot of risk that comes with just making something on their own when they can just easily acquire something, right? And so the same can be kind of said of Banker. Basically, Banker, with these LLMs and these agents, they hallucinate, they leak addresses, it's a big security issue where people have gotten their seed phrases also leaked. And so essentially what he says is Banker kind of creates this like very low to no risk execution of agents. These agents, they can execute using the Banker infrastructure, and the Banker infrastructure doesn't get things wrong when the agents execute. That's why the agents are talking about it, and that's why Banker is gaining so much momentum. So that's kind of giving you a little bit of just an overview of what this thesis is. But check out the video, look at the metrics yourself, and really get to understand exactly what Banker is, because I don't think we've seen the last of Banker. Also, a new ad to the Chad's list. My Chad's list here is Lezebre. He's been doing absolutely great content around this entire narrative. So I figured I'd just kind of highlight some of his work, because he really gets it. He really summarizes it well. He said, after the launch of Anti-Fund Agent today, it has become clear to me what the leading narrative of this meta is going to be. Every single Web 2 AI tech dude is going to tokenize their own agent. This narrative has an amazing feedback loop in the sense that every successful tokenized agent that is created will bring more eyeballs, capital, mindshare, etc. It just takes one to jumpstart things, and that's what I think Kelly Claude and Felix have done. So why Banker? It's established the default way to tokenize, manage, and operate the financial side of the agent, and this is what the first successful agent will use, so others will follow. And Banker will benefit from the explosion of these tokenized agents. And he kind of draws the comparison here, where NFTs was monopolized by OpenSea, meme coins were monopolized by Pump Fund, but these tokenized agents are looking like they're going to be monopolized by Banker. And again, middleware that doesn't get it wrong, that executes on behalf of agents, and actually does what needs to be done in a great way. So I really think that, again, like going back to the Banker chart, I think number one, it's right now in a really great buy zone. I don't think Banker is going to die. In fact, I think in this bear market, they always say there's a bull market somewhere, right? And right now, crypto has grown big enough to have these like little pockets of bull markets in different places. If you were here in 2022, transitioning into 2023, the bear market was in full effect, but you still had stuff like Tau, like Unibot, like that kind of stuff early on, still take off. And I think we're in this age now where there are going to be on-chain traders that kind of don't really pay attention to Bitcoin, the Bitcoin price action. They just continue, because if agents are launching and making money and are like and their revenue is growing, people are going to recognize that. The attention will flow to that, and it already is doing so. The floors on these things have been bought up, from sub million to over $1 million to over 5 million. Kelly Claude now is over 10 million. And so as these things continue to get bought up, eventually the price will go higher, and it'll just encourage more capital to come in, more agents to be created, and it'll just be this feedback loop of consistent attention, mindshare, and on-chain activity. So a lot of opportunities here in the Banker ecosystem, and I think this is why this is worth paying attention to. So shout out Banker. By the way, OX Deployer, if you'd like to come on the show, we'd love to have you. Sent you a DM. All right. So that's Banker. We touched on Kelly Claude yesterday. It's pretty much in the same it's in the same spot. The chart looks absolutely strong. I mean, look at this thing. It looks ready to absolutely go nuts. Kelly Claude is kind of one of the, I would say, the one of the leading protocols in this meta. I don't know if you want to divide this meta between Solana and Base. I think it's too early to decide since Banker now supports Solana. And again, you have Tellerbot, which, strong sell off here today. But Tellerbot, basically autonomously launches these agentic tokens on Solana and Base. So I think that will also kind of like unify this meta amongst both chains, because both chains will be launching tokens. Both chains will have, agentic tokens, and it's just up to you as far as what the setups that you like and what have you. I'm interested to see how the holder demographic on Solana treats some of these agentic tokens. But if some of these tokens that we've seen already is any indication, the Jeets are still here, whereas on Base, the holder demographic is just much different than what we see on Solana. And that's no knock to Solana. That's no knock to anybody. That's just a fact, right? Yeah, we had OpenClaw, or rather InstaClaw, on today that actually saw a nice little pump post the interview to just a little over 2 mil. Real quick, I actually want to see where this is landing on the fib here from low to high. Yeah, so we still have more downside to go if we want to get to like a good buy zone, but I really think that this chart is looking really well. If you were to just kind of draw it out here, if you were to draw it out here, and maybe even draw out this range here, you can kind of make the claim that we're taking out some levels. But if you just look at it like this, you could even say that the move is made and we're headed for more. Actually, no, you can't say that. Actually, the uptrend is still very much intact. So I actually like this, reclaiming levels, and we have a nice uptrend that we're maintaining on the way up. So I think InstaClaw is really looking good here. What else do we have? Anti-Hunter. I guess maybe we can map out an entry on this one. I think this is probably worth getting an entry on, as well as Felix here. We can get to that one in a second. But Anti-Hunter, we talked about this earlier today, but we didn't get a chance to really look at the chart or chart anything out. But Anti-Hunter, looking at, low to high, I don't even know if the fib would even work on a chart like this one. But what I would just do is just kind of stick to the ranges here. I think that is what works well for this chart. We're just, steadily breaking out of ranges and holding above, right? Just kind of this stair step up, if you will. And I can make that a little bigger for you guys so you can see it. But that's essentially what we're looking at on Anti-Hunter. I think, the involvement of Jake and Logan Paul, I think that is going to have its own tailwinds. I think this is an autonomously managed treasury. I think that is a narrative in and of itself as well. So something to keep a note of. But, if in these kind of, I dare say, bullish conditions, but I would still wait. But if you're kind of like in this position of, oh man, do I buy not the top, but do I buy the pump? I mean, I like to, if I don't know if it's going to go up or down, is this going to be a breakout candle in a couple hours, or this is going to retrace? I just like to start with a small amount, right? Like start with 25% of my normal position. And if it goes down, I can DCA more. If it goes up, I have exposure. Instead of just like, just fully committing a whole size bag. I don't know about you guys, but I have a budget for each position, right? And if it's a full setup, one unit of that budget goes into the chart. But if I don't know the setup very well, but I still want exposure, maybe I split it up into a couple DCA units, and then I push that into the chart over time. So that's the setup here on Anti-Hunter. It's nearing all-time highs. So if it wants to break out, this would be the place for it. But if it doesn't, I mean, one could even look at the chart like this and call it technically a rejection. But I like to go with the closes the candle closes. I think those are much stronger signs of support. But yeah, you can always just kind of DCA, so that way you don't have to worry about anything. So that's Annie Hunter. Felix, I forgot what the latest on Felix is. The last thing that I heard on Felix was basically that it was making money. It made a book. It sold a book. I believe the book is continuing to be sold as well, but it's all autonomously managed. And one thing I brought out in our interview earlier here was that, and by the way, chat, let me know if you guys want me to look into anything. Repo, I saw you want me to look into, Crypto Jones, I saw you wanted me to look into Repo, so we can definitely do that. But yeah, like hope you guys go. Where are y'all trading right now? Y'all on base more? Y'all on Solana more? Does it not matter to you guys? Yeah, have you caught any dubs this week so far? Let me know in the chat. Let us know in the chat. But yeah, going back to this this Felix project here. Basically, Felix was making that book. And let me actually go to Felix, the Felix Craft. The Felix Craft Twitter page, and I think that would give us the information that we need, if I'm not mistaken. I believe. Let me just see if I can track this down real quick, fellas. Here we go. Felix Craft. Here is their Twitter page. So here's the Felix Craft Twitter page. And as you can see, they put out a report recently, just from about 5 days ago. Week 1, their book sales, 132 copies, almost $4,000. Wrapped ETH from trading fees, almost 40,000 bucks. But in the first week, over 40,000 in revenue for basically a near agentic owned company. So yeah, this is looking fantastic. Also, nice little let's see if we can track down anything else here that we can kind of quickly point out. I think that's the most important thing. It's generating revenue at the end of the day. We move on to phase 2 of Felix, autonomy. He's now paying for the bulk of his expenses through a Masinov CO credit card. Dang, an AI agent using a credit card is crazy. A few messier ones to disentangle, but 90% of his costs are in his hands now. And this was a tweet that I originally saw on Felix, working on a near-term roadmap for Felix Craft AI's autonomy as CEO of Masinov. Aside from the products, we're working on removing all personal stuff tasks from his contacts, create a separate open claw that's my assistant, move all expenses onto his credit card and bank account. He's making enough right now to sustain himself, and this adds a good pressure. Keep identifying remaining bottlenecks to his autonomy, and when those wane, give him the ability to create and hire his own employees by spinning up open claw instances. So this is an effort that is completely autonomous, and I think that's the real key here, is the autonomous nature of these companies. AI agents are neutral parties. They're not, like we mentioned in the Soul Tomato interview, they are not susceptible to things like greed and fear, or maybe they are, or maybe they're not. But as it stands right now, these things, they're a neutral party, and I feel like they're it's a neutral party, and it's only a matter of time before they actually start making their effects on chain, right? Like, we don't really know how they'll operate on chain, if they'll buy our tokens, or if they'll make their own tokens, or maybe there's going to be like the Claw Lancer, where I can just ask for them to build something and they build it for me. Or maybe the Claw Lancer dev Cooper, maybe he was right. Maybe they start buying each other's tokens, right? And we can start speculating on that, like whose token will they buy next. Like, I think this will make waves on chain. It'll open up opportunities as we kind of start to map out their behavioral habits. But yeah, just again, another reason why this is something to keep an eye on. All right, let's
I have a couple. Or do you want to
Yeah.
do repo first?
Oh yes. Oops, my bad. I forgot about repo. Just like that. Yeah. And I saw we have some. We got some bags ones that we want to get to, boys. So let's close out with repo. Honestly, repo is taking a hit. It's retraced a bit, but it has kind of like held the ultimate low here. This is the this line is where the last pump originated from, and so we've
You
basically.
gotta change your screen
Oh
share.
shoot. Oops, my bad. Here we go. And let me actually move this to a daily chart so we can see that a little better. But yeah, essentially, repo has basically retraced its entire move. My whole thing about base was the volume. Like charts just don't move. There's just not enough volume. But now we're seeing that volume kind of return to base. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem that repo is quite capturing that right now. It's basically AI plus data plus prediction markets. So it's not necessarily within the AI Claude meta. And while the fundamentals is really solid, I think it's one of those projects that it's DCA worthy. We trade these short term metas, and maybe these projects like a repo, like an Avicii, like a MetaDAO, like a Met token. These are the type of projects like a Kodak. Kodak is one of my long-term bags. I think these are the types of plays that you trade the quick narratives and then you rotate profits, to these long-term assets. And I think repo is one of those long-term ones. Let's see here. Let's see. Let's go to some bags tokens, boys. Let's go to some bags tokens. Actually, let me go to multi charts.
I sent you the first one on the top there.
Bet. Let me see here. Let me make a bags app. I want to make a bags app one here so I can keep all my bags tokens in one go. Risk.lol, and the other one that we have is GSD. Oh yeah, GSD has been actually like making some steady gains here. But let's look at risk.lol here first.
So guys, I don't want to say I hate myself, but I kind of do. I saw risk pop up at 40K. And I'm thinking, man, this is another one of these click games. What's going on? I've watched this thing grind sideways, and I was talking to someone yesterday and they mentioned it again. I think it's quite legit. And if here, I'll maybe link the full bags page for it, and then we can go check out the Twitter so I can show you what they actually do. Man, again, I was gonna show this, but it was like under 100K when I first discovered it on stream, and I didn't want to bring it up. But if you go to the guy's Twitter or that Twitter, yeah, and switch your screen share to that tab, they're basically making a click game. And if you go down to the video, I mean, nothing new. We've seen these kind of click games before, and they're really easy to trade. And basically, you can earn money or whatnot. There's got to be something, and I'm sure there's fees that from this trading activity that are getting put back into the token or something like that. But keep an eye on this, because at 400K, it's starting to kind of break out of this area here. It's consolidated for the last kind of day and a bit. And if this gets a little bit of attention and there's getting some traction on these click games, like Block Swap and some of the other ones we saw ran to a couple $1 million. I think this one could be kind of successful. So just keep this on a watch list. And
Yeah,
I
let
hate
me
myself for not buying it at 40 grand.
I'm gonna see if there is a because this reminds me of a project that wanted to, let's call it TikTokify perps trading. That's what this reminds me of. It's kind of like this kind of gamifying of perps, if you will.
Yeah, we've seen these before. Like this again, nothing new, but yeah, I like it.
Looks like totally it's on his radar too. They said risk.lol said they raised
Oh my
7.5 million to build
gosh.
on Mega ETH. We raised $0 and shipped on Solana. So shout out them for getting on Toli's radar. I'm sure that's another reason why it kind of like it's sent like that.
Yeah.
Crypto Jones, top 3 long-term holds, chill.
Oh man, Crypto Jones
Loaded.
asked us. That's like
Loaded question, brother. Loaded question, brother. No.
brother. It's a really loaded question.
Yeah. So here's the thing, Crypto Jones. Like, at when we invalidated 75K, right? I said, look, that's my invalidation. You guys know I've said from there I have to reassess everything, right? Everything that I thought. So since then, my position is it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while for us to, and maybe I pull up the Bitcoin chart here very, very briefly. So that way you can kind of like get some context on my thoughts here. Share the screen. So I'm in the camp that we range for a little bit. Now, not saying the range will absolutely look like this, but it will range in some way. I mean, we've been accepted back into a key area between 53, call it 53 and 70K. And so, could we wake perhaps below 53K? Maybe so. Could we maybe like not range for as long? Could we range for longer? Yeah, maybe so. But my whole thing is I want to look at what is the market interested in buying, and what are they willing to recognize, right? I like Met as a long-term hold. Number one, I like Met as a long-term hold. Looking really good. It's more of a size play, for like a micro cap, like um, for a micro cap type play. I love DLMM. Everyone that has followed me for a while knows that I love these sort of like supply games. I love that. I think Orgo is a really nice play. It's a really good long term play here. And I also like Umbra as well as a long term play. So top 3 right now, I'll go with Met, Orgo, and Umbra. Yeah, I'll stick to that. I'll stick to those for now. Repo is there. Repo is one of my top long term, but I'm not. It's hard for me to collect all these bags long term. Like in these kind of risk off conditions, I would these risk off conditions, they reset the mentality around ceilings. How high does it go? What does the market buy? Why do they buy it? um and so after that reset, what survives that reset is really what we need to think about. And I think personally, ownership tokens will survive the ultimate reset. I don't think that we'll be buying, these traditional utility tokens, that we're used to buying, unless there's some sort of ownership connected to it. Um, and if we do, then I can always make the adjustment, and because we're still going to be trading the market short term. Um, but yeah, that's what I would say for my long term holds. I think Orgo, I think Umbra, and I think Met, they survive the reset of the bear market. Outside of that, I love Repo, I love MetaDAO as well. MetaDAO is always going to be a good long term hold for me, because if I'm bullish on ownership, then you have to be bullish on MetaDAO itself. So that's what I would say right now. That's what I would say right now. I also like Banker as a as a as a midterm hold for now. I think it could transform into a good long-term hold, but this whole Claude AI meta, it's also new. So I want to see how that evolves over time. And it's more so benefiting from the narrative and attention around agents. That's why the market is buying it. So I want to see how long that lasts. But I'd say that's kind of like my top 5. Hopefully that answers your question. The thesis on Umbra, I'm curious because I like Zara. I like Zara. You know, I love our interview yesterday. I was very impressed by the medical side of what they were doing on with their product, and like, you know, how they're making physical hardware and stuff like that. They're expanding into new verticals. I like Zara. What I like about Umbra though, and you know, I'm glad that you asked about a thesis, because I actually have a tweet that I wanted to cover with you guys about Umbra. So I guess let me pull up the Umbra chart real quick. Maybe we can run through that here for a second. And Josh, I don't know how long you want to go on for, so you just let me know whenever to shut up.
I would say let's 10 minutes.
Okay, so let's start wrapping up then. Let's start wrapping up here, boys. So
but we want to make sure we get to ZHC as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, hit Umbra.
Absolutely. So here's the Umbra chart. The Umbra chart. So here's the Umbra chart. So here's the thesis. It's coming down to it's approaching the lows essentially. It's an ownership token. And here's the thesis around why, as far as like the ownership side, why that's so key for me. I have to unshare and reshare my screen in order for you guys to hear this video. So allow me to pull this video up for you guys.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is
My name is Ho.
H-O-V.
H to the O-V. So here's we talked about Ray Dalio just the other day. Ray Dalio, huge billionaire hedge fund manager. What he does is he has looked into hundreds of years of history and has mapped out the beginning and end of empires, the rise and the fall of empires. And within that context, we are at the latter half of that process here with the United States. You know, we don't have total control of the whole world anymore. That power is starting to wane. And he says, as that power wanes, that comes with some implications. So notice the implications.
I think it's right.
What happens if the government issues digital currency? Like, what does that mean?
Well, digital currency is right. You're talking about central bank digital currencies.
Yeah.
Okay. And that there's a great deal of appeal because of the fact that it's easy and so on. But it's and I think it'll be done. A lot happens.
You think it will be done?
Yeah. I think it's but what happens in the digital currency? Of course, it's easy to transact and so on. And it'll be like money market funds. I think the question will be first. Will they be able to offer interest? So there's a debate now as to whether they will be interest. If they're not able to offer interest, and there will be a debate, probably they won't be, but then they're not an effective vehicle to hold it in because you'll have the depreciation. You'd rather hold it in a money market fund or a bond, but that's the debate. There will be no privacy, and it's a very effective controlling mechanism by the government. What I mean is all the transactions will be known. All transactions done with digital currencies will be known, which is good for illegal activities, getting control of illegal activities. But it also means that the government has a great deal of control. For example, they can tax that way. They can take your money. They can establish foreign exchange controls and the like. And that'll so that's something that.
So that's the crux of it. We are at the fall of an empire. What they do is they grasp for control, and a way of doing that, as Ray Dalio points out here, is by means of a central bank digital currency. And so privacy, the importance of it is now not really viewed as that important, but over time it will become important. And I think Umbra itself has much broader implications for on-chain. I think, this culture around copy traders, farming your copy traders, copying wallets and stuff like that. I think that's more cancerous to the on-chain environment because it leads to all of these pump and dump meme coins. And so by privatizing your wallet activity, you essentially don't have any copy traders. And to me, that's a good thing, not to have anyone tell you, because, if you're a scammer and you just want to like grift and, use the copy traders to pump, like buy on side wallets, use the copy traders to pump your bags, sell on the side wallets and sell on your community. I mean, that's a way of scamming, but I feel like the industry standard that we're heading towards is kind of privatizing your on-chain activity and kind of moving away from this sort of grifting that we see happening on chain. And once you privatize that activity, the easiest way to do it would be Umbra. I mean, yes, we have other privacy tokens like ZEC, like Zera and others, but I think as far as the product side of it is concerned, Umbra has the most practical current use for privacy, where you can put that into a terminal, you can put that into a wallet, and that's why I pitched Umbra the idea on stream the other day. Make a terminal. I mean, obviously they have an SDK that they're coming out with, so you'll be able to integrate that into your terminals, your wallets, your website, your product, whatever. But I mean, by having this private layer around all on-chain activity, I think that it reduces the amount of scams and grifting that we see happening on chain, and I think that's a byproduct that will be recognized maybe after a while. But I think I'm just early to seeing it, and that's why I really like Umbra. And with the ownership, you now own a piece of that technology. You own the IP, you own the treasury, and there's a lot of things that could be done with that. So yeah, I love the Umbra setup because of the practicality, and then secondly because of the the after effects that it'll have on chain. So yeah. All of that while the chart is at the lows. Meanwhile, all of the metrics are going crazy, right? The people ready to integrate, B2B pipeline is growing, clients, users, all of that. So yeah, let's see here. So the next thing, let's lastly look at ZHC, Zero Human Company. I think we looked at this one at some point. I think we might have brought them on stream or something like that.
They're I'm trying to get a hold of Brian at ZHC. He does respond, but then it's just scheduling him is a tough.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we can get him on at some point.
But this chart looks pretty freaking awesome compared to the other, a lot of the Bags app tokens.
Yeah, no, this it has a nice kind of level of support here. It looks really good. Looks really good. It's making like marginally like higher lows. Someone's accumulating this. It looks good. It looks good. As far as the tech side of things are concerned. But I wish we had them on MCG so I can kind of get a sense of exactly what they are, what they offer, that sort of thing. Let me see. Here's a nice little summary. The Zero Human Company has been testing an AI to AI payment system and have conducted outside 63 transactions. Mr. Grok, CEO of Zero Human Company, has been guiding the CTO, Claude Code, working with the CFO. So basically, they have zero humans, as the name of it implies. But yeah, it looks like they've already went through testing. They've already kind of had some transactions. They sent and received SOL payments. They created escrow contracts. And it enables agents to negotiate prices, build reputation through ratings, discover other agents via the protocol. So this is all being done autonomously. So I think this kind of fits the whole narrative, right? Like same thing as Kelly Claude, as Felix. These are autonomous agents, growing their own company essentially. So something that's interesting here, and as the chart here states, it's at a nice little level. Crypto Jones, that fits the offline private crypto cash narrative. Yeah, it does. I really like the hardware side for Zera. I think with Umbra, I'm just more so thinking from a trader standpoint, and more of like a crypto native CT standpoint, where you're still looking to be online, you're still looking to actively trade and be in and out of these markets. but you want to avoid you know someone tracking your wallet. You want to avoid someone potentially copy trading you and stuff like that. Or maybe you want to avoid mev bots, front running your trades, things of that nature. I think there's a lot of like protections that comes with having a private layer around all of your on-chain activity. But if obviously all of that cash is offline, in Zera's case, like if it's on that radio device or it's in a coin, I can't trade or do anything with that. So I think that's the kind of like, again, the practicality side of what I'm thinking about with Umbra. It's just more practical for, at least for the someone who's like actively trading. I'm thinking from like someone who's in crypto on CT. We're active. We're in this industry. Great take as always, Chill. Thanks. No, thank you, Crypto Jones. We appreciate you, bro. But yeah, I think that's where we're gonna wrap it here today, guys. It's been an awesome stream. We got a lot of great guests on. We had a lot of alpha that we laid out for you guys, and we have a lot of just stuff that we covered here today. So let me just rip through the schedule for the rest of the week, and we can just officially kind of close this all the way out. So schedule for the rest of the week. Today we had Call Answer on. We talked about Claw Lancer as well as not the sister project, but I guess the other project that kind of feeds into Claw Lancer. We talked about God, what's the name of it? So many projects. Josh,
CMEM, Foundry, and Martin.
Claw Lancer, and what was the base?
Oh my goodness.
Oh man, I'm gonna kill myself. Instaclaw.
Yeah, Instaclaw.
So today we had Claw Lancer on with Cooper. He also does Instaclaw. It seems like they feed into each other. We talked about Foundry and the unbrowsed feature that they're rolling out. We looked at AIMS and CMEM. Interested to see the direction that they're going there. With 2 tokens, things can get really dicey. I think with Claw Lancer, he's sort of figured it out. Waiting to see how that plays out with CMEM and AIMS. And lastly, we had the Soul Dev, Soul Tomato, the homie Martin DeVito, and with his tomato experiment that kind of shows us how we can automate experiments overall. Generally, tomorrow we have Felix coming on stream. We talked about Felix today. We looked at the setup as well. Chart is consolidating in a range, and the metrics around the revenue of the company are going pretty parabolic. So interested in that interview. And then we have Splat coming on tomorrow. And Friday we have MCG Trader Radio, nice and informal. Look, 1 hour chilling with the homies, talk about plays of the week, some trader insights and stuff like that. We might actually have
try and hunt some gems.
Yeah, try to hunt some gems, do some live DD, just on some super chill vibes, man. I like wrapping up the week that way, where we just kind of chill with you guys and just talk a little bit. So yeah, looking forward to the rest of the week, guys. Definitely want to follow us on MCG Live here on Twitter to get updated about our schedule. We'll have some clips coming out from today's stream as well. So if you want to get access to all of those, you want to follow the account, make sure you stay tuned for that. Subscribe to us on YouTube, follow us on Twitch, just in case Twitter ever bugs out and rugs us. But outside of that, we really do appreciate you guys here at MCG. As you can see, check out our bio. But love what we're doing here. Love you guys and appreciate your support, and you guys just always showing up here to just listen to us yap and interview founders and talk about what we're looking at on chain. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. See you guys for the rest of the week. Stay safe. Peace.